24th day of October, 2023. Please rise if you're able and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing and join with me in a moment of silence as we keep in our thoughts and prayers all the men and women of our armed services who bravely defend our freedoms at home and around the world. Also, a lot of turmoil in the world, in the Middle East, in Ukraine. So let's pause, remembering the risks that our armed services members put themselves in front of each day, as well as all of our emergency responders, our police, fire, ambulance, and others who work to protect us on a daily basis. So let's join in their honor in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Supervisor Schneiderman.
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara.
Present.
Councilman Martell.
Present.
Councilman Bouvier.
Here.
Councilman Scavone.
Present.
All right, so everybody is present. I have three walk-on resolutions I'd like to try to add to our agenda. Let me take care of that first. First one is 44591, authorizing the supervisor to execute a covenant and restriction as it relates to a realty subdivision map of Broadway in furtherance of Suffolk County Department of Health Services requirements. And the second one, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, 44593, authorizes highway pay-as-you-go for a traffic message board. And 44596 is our 20th warrant. So I'll make a motion to walk those three resolutions on. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. This requires a supermajority vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous, and those will be added on to our agenda. Okay, next item, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of our regular town board meeting of October 10th.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And next, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of our Hampton Bays Water District Commissioners meeting, October 12th, 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Okay, next item is communication. Madam Clerk, would you please read the communications?
The following communications have been received in the office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from the town of Riverhead, the Village of West Hampton Beach Zoning Board of Appeals, applications for Library Avenue and 482 Dune Road in West Hampton Beach, New York State Liquor Authority 30-day advance notice to local municipality for new application at 119 West Montauk Highway in Hampton Bays. From the New York State Office of Cannabis Management, notification to municipality, retail dispensary premises, one at 111-117 Main Street, Southampton, and another address to be determined. Financial disclosure statement filing from the listed individual. We have received emails and letters, correspondence regarding the following: battery energy storage system, best zoning, building department fee schedule, Bridgehampton Beach Erosion Control District, historical concepts presentation at the October 12th work session, proposed affordable housing plan for U.S. Coast Guard housing in West Hampton, proposed Bridgehampton Main Street Historic District, proposed cell tower at 333 Beach Road, Hampton Bays, purchase of Spring Farm property, and renewable energy option for CCA. The following bid and request for proposals were received on October 11th for a bid for a Sierra 1500 four-wheel drive for the Hampton Bays Water District, and October 18th, a bid for Ford Police Interceptor utility vehicle for the police department. And that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
Well, thank you, Sandy. Okay, we're going to move on to public hearings. I see we have a number of elected officials here as well, at least 5 of you out there. The first public hearing, well, let me say this before we get started. If you want to speak at a public hearing, if you could fill out a yellow card, it's helpful. There's a hybrid meeting, so we're going to take those here at Town Hall first. And then we will take people who are attending the meeting remotely, online from home or office or other remote locations. So each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to make their comments known. The clerk will let you know when you're down to your last 3 minutes. Last 30 seconds, I'm sorry. So Cindy, would you read the first public hearing notice?
Certainly. Public hearing number 1 for the 2024 preliminary budget.
All right, so this is the opportunity for the public. We have 2 such hearings to, if people have questions or concerns or looking for changes to the budget, this is the time to make those known to the town board. So we're going to start with our highway superintendent, Charlie McCardle.
Hello, my name is Charlie McCardle, Highway Superintendent. Thanks for having me tonight. Look, as an elected official, we're all in the same boat. We have a responsibility to the taxpayers. We have a job to do. So I'm in my second year at the Highway Department, and I take great pains into submitting my proposed budget to the town board to get the job done. Everyone on the town board has areas that they are liaisons to that hear many of the complaints or requests for either sidewalks or drainage or roads they need done, and then they get referred to me. So I'm asking the town board to relook at the budget, and I'll show you some of the shortfalls that we have. We have annual capital projects, and the annual capital projects refer to like bulkhead, very expensive to redo the bulkheads, and clearly we have miles and miles of bulkhead. We have townwide drainage. Anybody in the last few months saw how much water we got, some of the biggest complaints with the flooding and maintaining the drains, new drains, et cetera. There is some monies through CPF, but it's something that we're looking into now. We also have townwide sidewalks. Some of the biggest complaints we have is getting around the town, to include bike lanes. So in our annual capital projects, we requested monies for the bulkhead, and we were short about $475,000. For townwide drainage, in the current budget, we're short $950,000 from what we asked. Sidewalks, $200,000 short. And in equipment, clearly the equipment in the highway department is probably the most expensive thing. What we requested, we come in short about $1 million. Then we have capital projects that we want to do, and one of them, I'm pretty sure Tommy John would say is pretty important, is to redo Nyack Road to include drainage, sidewalks, etc. We requested monies for that, we received 0. We requested the Job's Lane Bridge, which, if anybody's familiar with it, we redid Dune Road in Bridgehampton. The bridge only takes a certain amount of weight. We had to rent a bridge to bring in to get our trucks over there to get the project done, which we did. So on that project, we're short $750,000. Anybody from West Hampton that lives near Baycrest, the bulkhead is gone. The trustees did a fabulous job at the end, but the highway department owns a long stretch of it. We had to close it off because it's a danger. We requested monies for that. We were short about $2 million on that project. It's a lot of money. I get it. And a lot of it's borrowed. I understand it. But if the town board needs these things done, the highway department needs to be funded correctly. And like I said, I'm in my second year. I have a pretty good knowledge of what we need. The equipment's expensive. There is some house cleaning positions that we asked for, some promotions, some raises, some extra people. I understand that would be on the bottom of the list. But what I mentioned up top, you're going to get complaints. If you want us to get the job done, we need to be funded correctly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie.
And in 3 minutes. Thank you, Charlie.
Not bad, Charlie. All right, so I have a card with 1, 2, 3, 4 names on it, all elected officials. The trustees are appearing as one. Do you want to, Scott, do you want to speak on behalf? I don't know what to do with your 3 minutes.
We'll handle it. We'll take it from here.
All
Thank
right,
you.
we'll give you 3 minutes and see how it goes.
Well, I'll take 3, they'll take 3. I'll probably take a minute and a half, but Mr. Supervisor, members of the board, thank you very much for hearing us. And
It's no secret we're very concerned about the preliminary budget. As you're aware, we're a little bit different. We're a trust, and we take that fiduciary duty to protect and defend the trust very seriously. We worked hard this year to try and get the trustees on solid financial ground with the tax district that we've all worked on for a long time. We all can agree the quality of life depends upon our natural resources, taking care of our natural resources and being able to defend the public access to the beaches. And that falls on the Board of Trustees. And, we acknowledge the fact that this did get delayed till 2025, and there was a lot of talk about deadlines and timelines. And, well, we're here starting early for the next round of this. And we worked with numbers that you provided of about $1.7 million. It looks to be that it's around $1.460 million. There's a lot of non-transparent that has to become transparent. At the end of the day, we're only about 1.4% of the entire budget. We're not looking for more. We're looking to memorialize what it is that we have. We're looking to stay level and not go backwards so that we can continue to provide the services that we do for the entire town. We also recognize the fact that we're a trust, and before we decide to commit trust enterprise revenue, like we do for debt service, for ramps and piers and different things that, like the highway superintendent alluded to at Baycrest, where we're spending trust revenue to pay for that so everybody can enjoy that. We need to make sure that we don't go backwards and that we're on solid ground, and that was what the whole intent was of the tax district. So I'm here today just to ask you to please collaborate with us, work with us. We've hired professionals to make sure that we have the best shot at providing this budget neutral exercise so that we can continue to provide services, and that this trust, the oldest elected board that there is in the country, can stay on solid ground, continuing to protect our waterways, natural resources, and public access. I'm going to leave it there. I have 3 other trustees that want to speak. I want to thank you very much for your time. Have a nice night.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Bill?
Good evening, Supervisor, Town Council. My name is Bill Parrish. I'm a trustee. I'm in my first term. After having our professionals review the town's 2024 budget, it is evident that one of the trustees' waterways mechanics position has been taken away, which is unacceptable. The waterway mechanics fabricate and maintain all aids to navigation, fixed and floating public docks, bulkheads, and boat ramps, and the safety of all commercial and recreational boaters in our waters depends on those aids and fixtures to guide and secure their vessels. Cutting the number by 50% makes our waters less than safe. There exists a court order that was signed by the supervisor at the time, Fred Thiel, in February of 1994, which holds that there are 2 waterway mechanics who are, quote, are currently employed by the town, shall remain assigned to the trustees, and shall not be transferred to the supervision of any other board or department within the town, end quote. The court order further reads that, quote, the trustees shall be solely responsible for managing the employees assigned to and employed by them. This order includes the following passage. The parties deem it to be in the public interest that the procedures regarding the future financing of trustee activity be agreed and embodied in an order and judgment of this court, so as to avoid future disputes and litigation. I submit that it is the sole discretion of the trustees to decide how many employees it should have. On behalf of the trustees of the freeholders and the commonality of Southampton, it is up to us to determine the number of waterway mechanics that are needed. The removal of one of our mechanics may have a detrimental effect on the safety of our residents, which is not only unacceptable, but is violative of the 1994 court order that I previously made reference to. As Scott said, the town budget is $114 million. The trustees' adopted budget is a mere 1.4% of that budget. Also lost is a full-time counter person that will result in longer lines and slower service in the trustee's office.
30 seconds.
Thank you. I stand here today to ask you to reconsider those items in the budget. On a personal note, I've been a trustee for 1 term, and I must say that it's a sad day when 2 boards that are the oldest in the country can't agree on the budget. 5 people on each board, on each side of the table, could not work together to come to an agreement on the budget or tax line. While I will not cast blame on anyone, the mere failure of these two bodies to agree on the basic facts is indicative of a breakdown in communications.
3 minutes.
Go ahead, keep going.
This should be the first order of business when the new boards convene in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Ed?
Evening Supervisor, Councilwoman McNamara, Councilman Martell, Bouvier, and Billy John. Thank you for allowing us to have a conversation here. I think it's imperative that we get this budget right. It's going to be the stepping stone for our tax line. If we don't get it right, it's going to be problems in the future. And that's why we work so hard to have it in your hands before the deadline that was given to us originally, which we did. Being that said, it's postponed for a year. We're a year ahead of the curve then. That means that everybody on this board, our board and your board, should look long and hard to get this right. It was originally given to us as $1.73 million, and now it's down to $1,400,000, $266,000 less, 18%. That's a lot for a budget. I know what our mission is, I know what we have to do, and it's not for the board, it's not for me, it's for all of you, all of us in this room. You know, we all have the same constituents, and we all have the same mission. Protect the environment, protect the waters, and ensure public access, and make sure that everybody in the town of Southampton has a better life. I've worked hard for 17 years on this board, and 17 years, that's 10 runs for an elected office. Every time I run, people tell me how much they support the trustees. Well, I'm asking for you all to support the trustees now. Thank you.
Hey, Bill.
Hello. Thank you, Town Board, for hearing us, all 5 of us, or 4 of us. Not much more I can say because they said it all for me. It's very upsetting when 2 boards don't get along. And we talked beforehand, before we came up, and I said, and they all agreed with me, that I don't think the whole town board checked our budget, because the things were taken out, certain things were taken out, like the maintenance person. That was the big sticking point. There's some reason why they want that removed. And it's dangerous. And I think you should go back and look. I think, Rick, you should go back and look, because your son might be sitting here. And you want to support the trustees, you got to step up. Same thing with Jay. Jay, you don't want to leave on a sour note. Same thing with John Bouvier, and Tommy John's going to be here. And you all have to step up and support the trustees. You don't want to go out fighting and say, oh, my last year we fought with the trustees, because it's not a good thing. Because we want to get along. Thank you. So please reconsider.
Okay, thank you, Bill. All right. That's it?
Do we
for
want the
trustees?
comptroller to come up? I'd like to know what the
I
trustee
have a-
budget was last year and this
All
year.
right, Tommy
Just-
John has a question. Dorothy?
Can we,
Good evening.
hi, what was the trustee budget line for 2023? What's the proposed budget line for?
Even before Dorothy speaks, so we were going through this exercise of creating a tax line,
Right.
if you recall. So that number they threw out, that 1.7, that was an unreconciled number that a private consultant, Len Marchese, a former controller, had worked out. When he finished the review, it actually was 1.6, not 1.7. But the 1.4, in that 1.6, there was rent money that was coming back to the town and many other things. The actual trustee budget that, isn't the town board's budget, but my tentative budget, a preliminary, a proposed budget, is actually 11% higher than what was in the budget for last year. The maintenance mechanics, which there were 4, but when I approached the trustees about, because those 4 were split between the trustees and the bay constables, that even the trustees said 75% of their time is doing trustee work. Well, 75% of 4 is 3 people. So 3 would be assigned to the trustees and 1 would be assigned to the bay constables. That's based on what the trustees' own requirements were. And so, you know, a lot of it was just trying to prepare for the tax line and trying to clean things up so that the trustees could have the independence that they deserve, and hopefully will one day get. So they would have the three, and then the Bay Constables wouldn't have to go back to the trustees to try to get an employee from the trustees to help with navigational aids and things like that, that they would have their own access to their own maintenance mechanic. And everybody's still gonna work together, but this was the cleanest and most honest and most transparent way of approaching the budget.
What-
And it did not short the trustees anything, in fact, 11% more in
Correct, the
funding
tax levy.
and an extra employee. We
Office
added
right, we
an office
added
assistant.
Office assistant, we also, the building inspector, that last year, 2023 was funded at $20,000, we increased to $45,500. And I-
Dorota, I'm sorry,
Sure.
thank you Supervisor. I just wanted to know, what was the budget line for the trustees for this year? What's the
The
proposed
tax
budget
levy,
line for next year?
Kathleen, I didn't bring it with me, but it
I don't
went
have it
from
either.
1.8,
was
1.1 to 1.3,
1.4.
believe 1,345,000. I believe is the 2023 tax levy.
Okay.
But I have to
So
check it.
11
Thank you, I
don't have
appreciate
it.
the detail that you all
Right, but we
have gone
didn't
into
really
this.
decrease anything.
Right.
Yes, we moved one maintenance mechanic, but they also, like I said, we created office assistant. We also increased part-time salary lines. So we really didn't, anything that was there was kind of moved the same amounts for the 2024.
Yeah, you guys
Okay.
used to fund in
Thank
the
you.
current budget that fourth maintenance mechanic. Now it's being funded by Bay
Correct,
Constables.
that is absorbed by the tax levy on
But
our
you still,
side.
the sum total of tax levied for the trustees
Their
is up by,
contribution, right, the contribution for the
11%.
employees went down from 245,000 to 217 for 2024.
so it's a sizable increase actually in funding for the trustees.
Thank you.
If I just may.
Sure.
Well,
Yeah, thank you very much, Dorothy, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the collaborative effort, and, you know, we've had a relationship for quite some time. Dorothy does a great job. I think that there still is the need for more clarity of what's going on here, because situations occur, and it creates, you know, a lot of uncertainties. There's a lot of ambiguity that needs to be dealt with, and I think there needs to be further collaboration. And again, it's greater than, the trustees' view of this is greater than just this budget and these points here, because it has to factor into where we go as setting this first budget as the trustees get on their own district, which is really, this exercise has pointed out why it has to be.
Scott, I just want to make sure that you and I are sort of on the same page, because there is no tax line for next year. If there was, we would have to give you the money for the rent in the tax line. We would have to give you money for all of these other things that we provide, you know, the controller's time, IT time. That's that differential you're looking at. So when you say it's not the 1.7 or the 1.6, it's 1.4, it's because that's not in there.
We understand.
When we get to the tax line, the board, and I won't be on it, but the board will have to add that back, and that will bring it to the
The
1.7.
fact that you're on it now, and, you know, I have people that have been here for a long time. I've been in this building for 14 years, 10 years as trustee. And for 10 years, I've been working on trying to secure the assets of this trust. It shouldn't be that difficult. And yes, you're correct. The 1.7 does bring to light the non-transparent costs that are borne by the general fund, which provide the level of services stable for the trustees, but come back to the town on a budget-neutral basis. So the exercise for the trustees is not just about getting the numbers right, because it's important to get them right. You want to represent that to the taxpayers appropriately with transparency. But because your tax caps are working off of these numbers, you have to get them right. And you also have to clearly define who reports to who and what happens when certain things happen. I don't want to sit here because you have a lot of other people and other things to do. There is a lot of examples where this needs to be cleaned up. And we want to start now. You know,
I
as
just
Trustee
wanna
Warner
make
said,
it clear
it
that-
affects everybody. You're here.
There's no effort to defund the trustees in any way. The reality is that I tried to prepare a budget that stays within the New York State tax cap. I only had about 3% flexibility. The trustees' budget went up by 11%. Everybody can't go up by 11% and stay within 3%, so other places had to get reduced. Trustees weren't reduced in any way, shape, or form. They went up by 11%. That's a pretty sizable increase. The board will consider some of the things that you guys are looking for, and that may be reflected in the final budget. But I just want to make it clear, because the presentation sounds somehow like what is proposed is a lessening of funding for the
Well,
trustees, and that is not true.
When we look at the, as trustee Parrish had pointed out, when we looked at the situation relative to the Marine Maintenance Department, we worked hard to build a cohesive unit in that Marine Maintenance Department. And situations arise where you need to have that team that's working together. Now, I know that we did have the highway superintendent here for a while. He spoke before our board. And you're aware that it's been a longstanding problem for people in the town that these roads that are quote-unquote trustee roads are still a major drain on the trust. And at the end of the day, there are some we're not totally convinced that we own. And because of the fact that public safety is always paramount to the Board of Trustees, we have been plowing and sanding and maintaining and working on drainage for these roads. But there's no secret shortcuts in the town anymore, and there are inhabitants on all of these roads. There are substantial homes paying substantial taxes, but the trustees are getting no benefit of that, but yet we're bearing the depreciation on our vehicles, the use of employees that we're cost sharing on. It goes on and on. So we have issues of public safety that need to be dealt with between these two boards. I've been here for 10 years trying to resolve the issues. And because of the fact that, right now I have an experienced board, we have an experienced board, that's why we were pushing so hard to try and resolve some of these. So the delay in some aspects, okay, could be good, and in other aspects are not good. But the conversation really has to start today. And I'm not here, in my view, this is not a trustees against the town board. This is nothing like that. This is about how do we communicate and collaborate and work together to do the best job that we can for the constituents, public safety, protection of the environment, and public access to beaches. In my tenure here, those threats to everything that I have listed have been real. They have been real. And all I was wanting to do was work with you, with my board, to resolve the issues. What, in my opinion, would be good to come out of this is perhaps just not today, you have enough to do, but further conversation so we can make some tweaks and just get it right. That's all we're asking for, and I don't think it's unreasonable.
All right, thank you, Scott.
Okay? Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, let's move on. Pamela Harwood, you're up next, followed by Timothy McCulley. I got you on. You can pass. Oh, you're number 3. Gotcha. Okay.
Hi, I'm Pamela Harwood. I'm president of the Bridgehampton Civic Association. Wasn't really prepared to talk about this issue this evening, but during the weekend, I was reading this week's edition of the Southampton Press, and I noticed all the way in the back in the public notices section that 2 tax districts for Bridgehampton had been reduced in the budget. One was the Parks District, and another was the Parking District. There may have been at least one other. And I was mystified by it because I know that there has been a lot of building in Bridgehampton, so that would mean increased taxed revenue for the town from Bridgehampton. And so I was wondering, in such a scenario, why our budgets for maintenance of the parks within the hamlet and for the parking lots within the hamlet, why the budget would get reduced. And I was hoping you could help me out with that.
I'll allow our controller, Dorothy
Thank you.
Adluski, to attempt to answer that one.
We did not, whatever was submitted to Kristen as a budget request for the parking district and parks district, we didn't reduce anything. So all the requests that were submitted are in the budget.
So it's
I'm not-
possible that they requested less than they had
That's
last year?
possible, correct. But whatever was submitted and Kristen entered as a requested budget, she's the park director, it's there.
Is it
So-
possible that there's a reserve in that account that maybe they didn't
We-
need because they
let
had
me just see.
leftover money
I mean,
to tax as much?
Kristen is really the parks director, is in charge
Right.
of managing parking in park districts, so I really don't know.
Or it could have been a
whatever
higher
was
tax in the
asked-
past because there was a special project going on that is completed.
She gets requests from different civic associations, and that is entered in the budget. So whatever was requested was entered and it wasn't reduced.
Okay.
It's showing a reduction on the
I
on
mean,
our public
it might
hearing,
be because.
which I was happy
I
about.
mean, when you
Didn't
see
wanna
reduction in
look
tax
into why it
levy,
was
that
less,
doesn't
but-
mean that it's less of a request. That may be because there's interest rate that, then that's gonna
Yeah.
offset the tax levy. It's different factors, or, there's maybe pilot payments additional that gonna be getting. So it all depends. I mean, budget is balanced, but we didn't reduce any kind of requests for parking in park districts.
Right, there may have been in the past, one year, there was a special project where they're redoing the parking area, and
I mean,
the
I can
levy
look-
had to be
And-
increased in that
You know-
district, and then the following year, you can lower it.
Correct.
because the
I
project
can
is
look
finished.
into it, but like I said, we didn't reduce anything on purpose.
Right. And
Whatever
Pam,
was
I
requested
will
was
look
fine.
into this with Dorota here and
So
get back to
Councilman
you.
Scavoni's gonna look into it, and
And,
you guys
we'll get
can
answers
confer, and we'll try to get you
I
some
just-
answers.
I'm liaison to parks on capital projects, and I specifically asked Ms. Dulos that question. Not relative to that report, but how, if she had questions on her budget. She was happy, had nothing to say that, and I agree with our controller that the requests that were made were included in the budget. So she seemed fine with that. But I know Tommy John will speak with her, and I'll certainly speak with her, but
So I guess the operative question for me is.
Pam, I'm sorry, if you're gonna speak, we won't be able to record you. So I'm gonna invite you back up to the podium.
Oh, thank you. So I guess what the proper thing I should do is I will liaise with Tommy John Scavoni. And also I'd like to know what was requested, because I understand what was requested was given, but we don't know what was requested, as
Right.
opposed to what was requested last year. And we do know there are a few items that we would like improved. We haven't had that conversation yet, and that's our, fault. But,
Understand this too with the parks, you're talking about the park district.
both the parks and parking. So
Okay.
we've got several parking lots in Bridgehampton, and they're owned by the town, and we, Bridgehampton taxpayers, pay for those on our tax bill as a special parking district.
Right.
And it's a challenge to have those kept clean. We sometimes have to get in touch with the highway department and ask for them to be cleaned up. It's done, but we have to keep on top of it. And as far as the Parks District, we've got the community house, we've got the Triangle Commons. We make inspections of those, make sure there's no litter, there's always litter. And also what's included, I believe, is the beach. Scott Cameron, I think, is in, and we have actually some discussions we'd like to have about Scott Cameron. And the beaches are included in that too, so I can't imagine that there would be a reduction in expenses, but there might be an explanation, so I will discuss it with
Yeah, some of those
Councilman
things are
Scavoni.
eligible for town-wide funding. So some areas don't have parks districts at all and have municipal lots that you're paying for. So it's
Right.
possible that it's being funded in other ways. So
Possible?
let's just try to get the answers.
Okay,
for
very
you.
good, thank you very much.
Okay. All right, thank you, Pamela. All right, so that's it for public hearing number one. Is anyone else who wanted to speak just on public hearing one on the budget? Seeing no one, Charlie, we're gonna go online. If somebody is watching this from home, office, other remote location, and want to be heard at the budget hearing, the first public hearing, you should click the raised hand icon normally found on the bottom of your screen, and we will then bring you in.
No hands.
Okay, so this is gonna be continued, so we're not gonna close this. Sunday, when is it being adjourned to?
I've been informed by Janice, November 14th.
All right, so I will make, November 14th? All right, I will make a motion to adjourn the public hearing on the 24 preliminary budget to November 14th.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavoni, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, excellent. All right, we'll move on to the second public hearing. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 2, to consider any increases proposed in the maximum amount to be expended annually in the town of Southampton special districts.
Okay, I don't think I have any cards on this. So there's a list out there. There's lots of things that are included in the special districts, ambulance districts, Flanders, Northampton, Southampton, Westhampton, Hampton Bays, erosion control districts, Bridgehampton, Sagaponic, North Sea Colony, utility districts, like the buried power lines on Cliff Drive, fire protection districts, park districts, parking districts, road improvement districts, quite a number of those, and water districts. So we published a list of the allocation, the tax levy for each of those, whether it's an increase or a decrease. And this is an opportunity to be heard. Is there anyone here who wishes to be heard on any of the special district tax levy proposals?
Is this the special, this is it, this is the for coastal erosion?
No.
No, there's a separate hearing. That's
the last two.
8 and 9.
So you're gonna call that, that would be called?
Let me see if it's related.
We're on public hearing 2 right now, and 8 and 9 are the erosion control districts.
There,
These are special districts.
the erosion control districts are in here, Bridgehampton, Sagaponic, and North Sea Beach Colony. Do you want to speak to that?
Sure.
So,
I think there are about 30
good
districts.
afternoon again. So this is a public hearing just to show the changes in tax levy for special districts. So maybe that's what, one of the, she was talking about the decreases, but that's just decreasing tax levy.
I don't believe
That
that,
has nothing to do with funding.
this is for next year. I believe what you're going to speak on later
Right,
will
that's
have
for
to do with the following year.
Yes, so we prepare this, because we,
That
that
project,
shows the the changes, but that have to be first approved by the residents to
Right.
see if it's gonna go.
So
so
there's
this
a
is just
referendum.
based on the current project that was done and the monitoring and those things. So this is,
The current project on Dune Road?
this is the current project on Dune, not the extension of it that is being proposed in
Well, I have
the,
something to say about the current project, because I live there.
all right, you're welcome to
I
speak.
wasn't prepared to speak on this.
So this is money that had been borrowed, and it's just a change of,
No, this is, remember, we didn't want it to decrease the,
no, but that comes, this is still
Correct.
part of that first 10-year project. Is Kathleen here?
no, this would be,
Maureen?
we did this, and then it may change if the erosion control districts don't approve this,
But-
beach nourishment.
But this is the continuation of the debt service on the original
No,
project, no? Or
the
not?
10th year ended this year.
Oh, okay. So this
So-
does include it?
Does include, correct. If they vote not to, do those projects, then we're gonna have to amend the capital budget, and that will change.
And we'll amend it, okay,
Correct.
okay. So you're welcome to speak now.
But there's gonna be another public hearing, like I said, I think number 8 and 9, to see if there
When is
are,
that?
today.
Today.
Gonna go
Tonight.
on.
This is the second public hearing, and those are public hearings 8 and 9.
I can't tell you exactly the time.
Yes,
Got it, so we have
Okay.
to stay in category.
correct, and that's gonna be voting on
Yeah,
the proposed.
But I'm gonna talk about, because I live at 139 Dune Road, and I'm gonna talk about the paving that was done. I have questions.
Whoa,
about-
this has nothing to do with this.
Well, yes, it does, because it's coastal erosion, and he said that they did the bridge on Job's Lane and that entire road, and that throughout the town, attention has been given to sidewalks and walking due to complaints by the residents, and that is actually not
Okay, the
true.
paving on Dune Road
Is an
is
abomination.
not paved, it's not one of the special districts, so that's a town-wide.
Okay,
Public
well,
portion.
you need to know
So
that
that's where-
it's
that's
not done by
appropriate. We're in the-
1950
we're-
standards, that road. It's blacktop and not
I
graded,
don't
and
wanna,
there's no
ma'am,
margin.
ma'am, I don't
Okay.
wanna cut you off, but we're in the middle of a very specific
Okay.
public hearing.
Then why was I called up?
Because I thought you were speaking on this public hearing, which you're not. So you're gonna
Okay.
speak later?
I can speak later on the road. That's gonna be
You
part
wanna
of 8.
speak, is that what you wanna speak on, the erosion control district or
The
the road?
erosion, Bridgehampton, you just said it's 8, right?
Yes.
8 and 9, yes, and then there's public portion, which the paving might fit into that
So I guess we
category.
can roll that into it.
Okay. It's a separate issue.
We're gonna be here.
The road thing you should speak on in public portion, which will follow the public hearings. The erosion control district, you can speak on in hearing 8 and 9. I'll remind you, okay? Because we have very specific records that we keep, and we want to make sure that the comments are all germane to the topic. Okay, so is there anyone who wishes to be heard at public hearing number 2 on the special district? Hearing none, I'm gonna go online. If you're watching online and wish to be heard, public hearing number 2 on special district tax levies, please click the raise hand icon.
No hands.
All right, and this will also adjourning, correct? Yes, sorry. So I'll make a motion to adjourn to November 14th,
Second?
seconded by Councilman Tommy John Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that is adjourned to the 14th. We'll move on to public hearing number 3. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 3, to consider a change in non-conforming use at 424 North Sea Road, North Sea.
All right, Janice Shearer, our Town Planning and Development Administrator, will introduce this.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Good evening, members
Took
of
me
the
only,
board.
what, 8 years to learn how
Yeah.
to say that?
I'm just here to introduce this project. Here is the map. This is an R20 zoning district. It used to have a lawnmower, small equipment use on it. And it's had a number of commercial uses, actually, and then later it was electrical contractor. And now they're asking to change to special trade contractor for a sign shop. So Mr. Tim McCauley is here to talk to you about that. We did have a work session about a month ago, and we do recommend the change.
All right, can you just go over real quick, the code provision that allows a change, you can go from one non-conforming use to another non-conforming use, provided the town board, used to be zoning board, but the town board makes a finding that the new use is allowable somewhere in the code,
Right.
right? It can't be a use that's not contemplated at all anywhere in the town of Southampton, and that the new use is better for the community or neighborhood, or more in line with the comprehensive plan than the current use.
Right, so
Correct?
it's,
So
the first
anything I'm missing?
criteria is that the use has been certified by the chief building inspector as legally pre-existing non-conforming, and it has not been abandoned.
Okay.
And that has been done. A memo was done by current planning, Anthony Trezor, our principal planner there for you in September. So I'm just reading off of that. The second one is that it has to be more conforming and more in line with goals of the comprehensive plan. This use of a sign shop has less traffic, less in and out. And it is found as a special trade contract. I mean, it was electrical contractor, now it's a sign shop, so they all kind of fall under that same umbrella. But in order to get that change in tenancy from the building department, they have to get this approval from you. The use scale and density are consistent with what could be achieved through a related change of zone or exceeded by the ZBA, and they're not looking to do any, they just want to occupy the building with a new use.
And
So
right
that-
now, the zoning is residential.
Yes,
It's a
R20,
tough spot to have a house.
yes. Number
That's what
four,
Majors Pass and North Sea Road corner?
right.
Yeah.
Number four, that they have to, meet all the standards, which we mentioned they do, and any non-conforming use, basically can't be enlarged or expanded unless they go back to the ZBA. So they're saying, even if you do change it, they can't enlarge or expand it. So all those criteria
Okay,
are met.
and you feel that it meets those criteria?
I do,
Okay, thank you, Janice.
thank you.
Anyone else, Janice? All right, Mr. McCauley? Probably answered or already made your presentation for you, I think.
I second the motion. For the record, Timothy S. McCully, of council to Burke and Sullivan, 41 Meeting House Lane in Southampton. You have my affidavit of posting, and I gave Kim the affidavit of mailing last week. So I guess we're in order?
You are in order.
Okay.
Okay, you may
So,
begin.
as Janice indicated, the property at 424 North Sea Road is this little triangle right here in blue. It's 7,200 square feet. It's got 188 feet on North Sea Road, 203 on Major's Path. This property has it's R20, as you indicated, Mr. Supervisor, but it's never been a residence, ever. From prior to the 57 zoning, it was occupied by a beverage company, Home Distributors, which then became Peconic Beverage. The people at Peconic Beverage owned the property, but they were moving over to County Road 39. So they made an application. It then was approved by the zoning board for a mower repair shop called Tuckahoe Mower. That stayed in existence for approximately, I think, around 20 years or so. After that, it became Nappy Plumbing and Electrical, and that was approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals as well. There was a site plan for the special contractor, which the sign company, Hampton Signs, fits within special contractor 50, it's 5099 of the SIC code. So as I say, now the surrounding neighborhood, there's one house here across the street, most impacted by the use of this as commercial, but that was built after this property was already commercially used. You have the old Canada Dry building, the little white building up there. This whole area is a mixed use. There's residences, Wilshire Boulevard, or Wilshire Street rather. And after that, you have the fire department owns this big property. I think someday they hope to put the fire station up there, but it's sort of in limbo. There's a takeout restaurant, there's a gas station, and so forth. Then there's a large landscaping, I think it's Warren's Nursery up there. And that's pretty much the area. However, most importantly, there's a house back here next to this, and it has a home office. And I'm gonna give you a copy of this aerial.
Tim, I'm just concerned that with you standing there, that we may not get the
Oh,
full
okay, sorry.
recording. If you could just point while you're at the
Yep,
microphone.
I can reach it. So up here, there's a home office. In the back, it's residential, but it's a home office. It has 12 parking spaces back there. I don't know what it's used for, but I want this for the record. Who gets
Oh,
this?
I
go to
get
the
it,
clerk.
over here.
Yeah,
Clerk.
anything you give us, we're gonna send down there. So.
And we had a work session on this.
Yeah.
Right.
We did, so we
Yeah.
had a work session to
Thank you.
determine whether we wanted to have a
Mhm.
public
Yes.
here.
Yes, I know.
And I do have one card, somebody who does wish to speak on this, so.
I have one question.
Okay,
Before-
Councilman
if you're
Scaroni,
done.
question for Mr. McCully?
If you're done with your presentation.
Well, pretty much. Janice did most of it, but.
Right, she did.
Oh, go ahead,
She
Tom. John,
did.
ask
So
your question.
currently, the business that, we're changing the zone from one non-conforming, not changing the zone, going
Right.
from one non-conforming use to the other, is currently in the building, right?
Yep.
And how long have they been there?
What's that?
How long have they been there?
The
The sign.
the plumbing and so
The sign
forth, I think
business.
it was
The plumbing business?
2015,
The sign
2019.
business.
The
was
sign
approved.
business.
Sign business, are they there yet?
Huh?
The sign business.
Sign business is already operating there?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, for
How
the
long have they
record,
been operating?
I submitted this application in May. Here we are in October, so people have to do what they have to do.
No.
And they were doing a little bit of work inside the building, and they got a violation. So here we are.
Okay.
So you're going from
Do you
one.
know, excuse me, do you know how long they were there? That's what I was asking.
Who's that?
The sign company. It's okay if you don't know. It's fine.
Well,
They're
I
doing
made
it.
the application in May, so I'm
Okay.
assuming that at least May.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So it's
I like this, by the way.
So it's a change from one non-conforming to another, but it's really the same
Yeah.
use category.
Yes, it's staying in the same building, and I have to tell you, for the record, I worked at Home Distributors when I was in high school, and that building has not changed. Up till
In a
today.
way, it's like a change of tenancy,
Mm-hmm.
which is pretty routine.
It is.
I mean, at some point, they should really just come in for a change of zone.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
some
Well,
zoning category that would
if-
allow these.
Okay,
types
we
of-
can look into a change of zone, but in time frame,
Yeah.
it's not practical.
I understand.
But for now, we're not gonna say that we're not foreclosing our right to do that.
Yeah.
However, maybe you guys should look at the whole area in there, because it's a bit substantially
Those change of
mixed.
zones,
Some of it is highway business, some of it's office, but going up the road, it's not.
I've been through a lot of these changes of zones, and they tend to drag out for a long time. People will say it's spot zoning. This actually
Yes.
mechanism is a perfect mechanism to solve this problem. At least, hopefully that this tenant lasts there for a long time and the board doesn't have to look at another one of these for a couple decades.
Well, the Hampton Sign, the owner of Hampton Signs owns this property, and they lost their lease in another location, so that's why they're back at this location. So they're gonna be there
Yeah.
for a long time.
I mean, it used to be, there was a broad ability to change from one non-conforming use to another. And it was in front of the zoning board, and there was no standards. It was just at the discretion of the board. So you could go from a junkyard to a theme park if the zoning board felt that that was a better non-conforming use. Now, today, we have standards. It's got to be something that's in the code. It's got to be better than it was. And so you're migrating these non-conforming uses closer and closer to conforming uses, or things that are more acceptable to the neighborhood and the community.
Well, that's the standard
So
of
this is
any
actually the
code.
perfect example of how this law was supposed to function. I mean, we might have some opposition. I know there's one person who's going to speak, so we'll consider that as well. But this certainly, when we passed the regulation, was the type of thing the type of problem we hope to solve.
Yes.
So, all right.
No, I understand you want control of your code and you want to move towards conforming. That's the whole purpose of the code, is to get non-conforming uses into compliance.
And
But this
typically, yeah,
is not possible on this piece of property.
Mhm.
yeah.
They sought a variance right after we created zoning in 1959 or 7.
Yeah. And zone
Yeah.
changes
Well,
really
the building
belong
was
at this board.
expanded by, the zoning board gave him the right to put that larger building up there. The place is a lot cleaner than it was when I worked there, I can tell you. But,
All right, thank you, Mr. McCully.
okay.
All right, well, let's get this other speaker in, John Reister? Reister, I'm sorry.
Thank
Reister.
John Reister, trustee for the Reister family, 10 Majors Pass, Southampton, located directly east of the site in question, where this residence here. So we've got full view of that. We are in favor of the change of use and nonconforming. I have a couple of issues I'd like to bring forward to the board to take into consideration on the property. First off, if I can say, the last site plan, parking plan for that property was done, I believe, in 2014, 15, 16, in that area. It has the designated parking areas for that business. I'd like to see that that is continued with that site plan. Just one in particular is this driveway into these two parking spots directly in front of the building on the south side, that no overnight parking at all. Everything, I welcome this new business. A lot of businesses have gone through there and have succeeded pretty well. Like Mr. McCully, if I can use your same thing, but back in high school, I worked in that. The biggest concern that I have is southbound traffic on Majors Path, making an entrance onto North Sea Road. We have a stop sign right here, and immediately to the right, we have a no parking zone. With the new business, what we have noticed, they've been there for 6 months plus. They do a lot of sign business, so we've got a lot of cargo vans, box trucks, and such, on an intermittent basis, that block the view when they're parked along North Sea Road, perpendicular to the curb. As you come to this stop, it cuts down on the view up North Sea Road. I know it's 30 miles an hour through this area, but everybody's doing 45 in both directions, in most cases.
30 seconds.
So the site view on that rectangle, I'm a little bit concerned about that. Cars come up pretty fast, elderly and such. I'm sure the Department of Transportation's got that figured out. That's my biggest concern, maybe even extending that no parking a little bit farther up to the entrance to the building. Might be something a little bit better. Additional parking might be better off in a parallel to the curb instead of perpendicular, if you want to keep that length, but that's not up to me. But that's my safety concern, is the view entering onto North Sea Road.
Mr. Reister, I have a question for you. Do you live across the street there?
No, sir, I'm actually at 93 Majors Path, directly across from
Okay.
Warren's Nursery.
I was going to ask,
This is
is it an
my
impact? It's been there a little. Is it a major impact in the neighborhood, the surrounding?
Can you-
Is the business that's going in? Has it been a? Has it had a
Absolutely not.
major impact?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank
We're in
you.
correspondence with them. They're going to be great
Tenants.
tenants for that business.
Okay.
Yes.
It's, does this go through a site plan process, Janice, do you know? Oh,
It can be administratively approved, and I can put those conditions on.
All right, just because you're not being recorded, but it likely would go through an administrative site plan, and those conditions potentially could be placed by the planning department.
All right. I was
All right.
referring to Exhibit H that was sent out by my notification and what I've gotten off of the town website.
So our role here isn't the specifics of the parking or the look of the building. It's
Okay.
just simply the use.
Simply
and then
the
it goes
use, I
through-
approve it.
Yeah, but
Yes.
those are really important considerations, and, you know, I frequently drive down Major's Path in both of those directions, and so that's a really good point you make. If they do park a truck there that they're working on, it could block that view. You've got to deal with the people heading north and making sure that you've got a clear lane to go across, and you got to deal with the people heading south on North Sea Road, making sure you got an opening, and if somebody's blocking that view, that could be
Sounds like you're
dangerous.
quite aware of that, yes.
Yeah, that's a good point, so, all right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Board.
Thank you.
Okay, we're,
Thank you.
Did you want to respond to that, Mr. McCullough?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Mr. Reister. We'll look into that. We have to do an administrative site plan, so we'll work with the planning department on that and see how we can work that out. I just want you to know that the parking, as you see it in the aerial here, has been that way forever. So, but I understand the concern. There is traffic coming out, and when you pull out, you need to look down North Sea Road to see if there's any. I think the view or the sight line for the traffic coming down, that road is so wide in this area that I think you can see pretty well, but we'll work that out.
All right.
It's not a problem. We have to work out the safety issues in
All
any
right.
event.
Thank you, sir. We're gonna go online, make sure
Okay.
there's no one, or if there is someone who wishes to be heard. So we're gonna go to our online audience. Is there anyone wishing to be heard at public hearing, what is it, number three? Number 3, related to 424 North Sea Road, change from one non-conforming use to another. If you wish to be heard at this public hearing, please click the raise hand icon and we'll bring you on. Okay, I don't think that this needs to be held open for any reason. I'd like to be able to close it and make a
Yeah.
decision with the
I'm
board.
actually gonna have highway check out that stop sign, because you can see they're kind of veering off a little. It might be easier if there was a straighter approach to the road. They might get a better view, so.
Yeah, it's a good idea. It's a pretty wide road at that point of the road. You know, that North Sea's county road, but Major's Path is a town road. We might want to work together, you know, county and town on that interchange. Okay, I'm going to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that's closed. We'll move on to public hearing number 4. Madam Clerk, would you please read the hearing notice?
Public,
Can I just interrupt for 2 seconds? So you've closed the public hearing, when will we get a determination?
No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Probably next meeting.
Probably next town board meeting.
I think we'll probably discuss it at a work
At the
session.
next meeting, okay.
Based on the testimony tonight, I plan to introduce a resolution
Work
to
session.
approve
We
it.
had a work session.
We had a work session on
All
that.
right, so then we don't need another work session.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
So I'll introduce a resolution, working with, Janice. We'll put together a resolution in the law department. And I'm gonna make a recommendation to approve it. And I have a feeling that the board is gonna concur. So we'll do that as at our earliest possibility. Okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, so moving on again to public hearing number 4, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing number 4, to consider amending Town Code, Chapter 169, flood damage prevention to be consistent with state program changes.
Okay, we have Katie Garvin from our Assistant Town Attorney.
Good
Attorney's
evening.
Office, to introduce this.
Yep, Katie Garvin, Assistant Town Attorney. I'm here for public hearing number 4. This proposed local law came to the town from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, who pretty much required that we address some amendments to Chapter 169 of our town code, given some recent changes to the New York State Building Code. I met with Janice Scherer, Town Planning and Development Administrator, the Chief Building Inspector, Town Engineer, and Public Safety Emergency Management Administrator to go over some of these amendments, to make sure that they're all something that the town's already been doing, and they assure me that they have. The version that you have before you today has been circulated with the DEC a couple times to make sure that we are complying with everything that they're asking us to. And they anticipate that the town adopt this by November 21st in order for the town to maintain its National Flood Insurance Program participation. So pretty much they're all recommended by the DEC. They're all things that the town has already been doing. I have Janice here with me because we started the SECRA review on this because it's an unlisted action. And that's pretty much it.
Okay. So these are floodplain elevations? or-
Well, there is one floodplain elevation, but the rest of them are just kind of like housekeeping. There are things where, even though the town, the building department has been regulating accessory structures and making sure that they're elevated when required, the DEC said, we want you to have a definition of accessory structures. There's section in there that have to do with, we regulate the VE zones the same way that we're supposed to be, that we regulate the VE zones the same as we are regulating the coastal A zones. And those are properties that are located in the AE flood zones, but they're also subject to the limit of moderate wave action line. And so those have to have the same regulations, the same requirements. So we had to add those. So anywhere in here that we were talking about those coastal zones, we also had to add the coastal A zones. So things like that,
It's
really.
primarily bookkeeping,
It's all bookkeeping. It's all things that we are doing,
things we're already doing, but you want to make the code
correct.
Because the
match
state wants
what the
us to.
state wants us to do.
Correct.
Katie, the
Yes.
definition of accessory structure, the way I read that, it reads that the only accessory structure you can have is a garage. and
Well,
no living
that's actually something that Janice and I had gone over because the town code, our town code defines a building as a structure, and the structure is basically anything roofed. So there, and that definition of accessory structure is from the DEC. So it's basically saying a two-car garage or a structure, it says, a structure is used solely for parking, two-car detached garage or smaller, or limited storage that represents a minimal investment of not more than 10%. So you're right, this actually does say used solely for parking. But then we also have in our town code already a definition for building and a definition for structure, so those are also captured. But you're right, I'm not sure why.
Well, and it also goes on to say that it may not be used for human habitation.
Correct.
I mean, so is this specific to these flood areas?
Well, it's specific for this definition of accessory structure. If you go on later.
And is that definition specific to these flood
Yes,
areas?
yes, and it doesn't relate back to our 330-5 definition, because in 330-5, for zoning purposes, we define building and we define structure, and they're totally different. So yes, Janice raised this, and I was like, this is only for Chapter 169. And again, this came to us from the DEC. This wasn't our recommendation.
So it won't interfere with our ability to create accessory apartments in
Right,
these
that was my next
structures?
question, yeah.
Well, accessory structures in flood zones, though, anything that's habitable has to be elevated.
Right.
So this is, I think I think the DEC's idea for this specific definition is to basically say, if you have an accessory structure that's got limited storage and it's only for cars,
Parking.
correct,
You
then
don't
it doesn't
have
have
to-
to be
It can flood.
elevated. Yes,
Got it.
but it is confusing, yes,
Right, okay.
So it's very specific to this.
to Chapter 169.
Okay. Good question. All right, any other questions for Katie? All right, thank you.
And I just wanted to introduce Janice, just so she could go
Janice,
over
did you want to add
secret.
anything before we go to the public?
Just that, in terms of SECR, this is an unlisted action, and that it's a small impact in the EAF. It's consistent with the state's program, and what everything that Katie was just saying is basically, all of this is to be consistent with our flood damage protection. And in order for people to get flood insurance, we have to be consistent with what the state is telling us to do so that our constituents can be eligible for flood insurance. So we're doing everything they're telling us we need to do so that that can happen.
So is there a negative declaration attached to this? or-
No, we usually do that at the time of notice of adoption. But just in case anyone wants to speak on the SECR, it is an unlisted action, and we will be recommending a neg deck because it is protective of our flood areas. Thank
So
you.
what, before you go, one question related to that is when we have the FIMP program, we had the Army Corps of Engineers here, talking about flood zones and being able to provide grants or other funding sources to raise homes in those areas. And reading that, I just want to assure the public, at least what I'm read, and please confirm it, is that it's only in this chapter and does not impact the ability for someone to get insurance once they raise a home in a flood zone.
No, I mean, that's the name of the game,
Yeah,
is
okay.
to elevate
Yep.
and be able to withstand a rising,
Yeah.
area where there's
Before
flood
we go to the
waters.
public, does this have to be open for agency comments at all, or no? Is it all good?
We had to include DEC as an involved agency, I think. Oh, we didn't.
Planning
Then
board, no? It's-
No,
okay.
no, Chapter 169 doesn't have those requirements, or a county referral either, so you're
Okay,
free to act at the, next hearing. Our deadline is November 21st for the state.
Okay.
Can I ask you, like, on the other one that dealt with the one non-conforming use to another, I know zone changes, you do have to go to Suffolk County Planning Commission on a zone change. That we don't, correct?
We sent it to them anyway.
We do, okay.
And they said LD, so.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank
All right, so we're gonna go to the public. LD is local determination. Is there anyone, I don't have any cards on this one. It's mostly a housekeeping resolution. And nobody wishes to be heard. We'll go online. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard at public hearing number 4? Amending Town Code Chapter 169 on flood damage prevention? Just please click the raise hand icon. I see no hands. All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that hearing is closed. We'll move on to public hearing number 5. Madam Clerk, would you please read the notice?
Public hearing number 5 regarding the lease of town land for the purpose of the design, construction, and management of a wireless communications structure.
All right, thank you. And introducing this is Assistant Town Attorney Mark McRedmond. Mark?
Thank you. Good evening Supervisor Schneiderman and members of the board. I'm here to discuss public hearing number 5, which is regarding the design, construction, and management of a wireless communication structure. A bid had gone out, and a company called TowerPoint had put in a bid that the town would like to consider. The location it would be the Shinnecock Commercial Fishing Dock located at 333 Beach Road, Hampton Bays. And as we have received some letters of support stating that people in boats not far from the shore can't get cell phone reception to make important emergency calls. I think it would be a good thing for the board to consider Tower Point's proposal. We do have a draft lease, which would give 50% of all of the lease revenues to the town that Tower Point receives from their sublessees. It would be a 10-year lease with 4 5-year renewal periods, and also would include a one-time $150,000 capital contribution made by Tower Point to the town. And if the board has any questions about
Are
the
those
lease.
revenues, are we reserving them for the maintenance of this property, or they're just general fund revenues?
You're speaking of the $150,000 capital contribution, or the 50%
Well, both that
rent?
and the yearly, isn't like 100,000 or something that we get a year, or 60,000, something in that range, 60,000?
Well, it could be.
It could be, all right, but it's
right.
unencumbered?
Right,
All right.
as far as I know, the lease does not encumber it.
Because I know we've been putting a lot of money into this commercial fishing operation here. This is a property that used to belong to the county, and fairly recently, we were able to get the county to give it to the town. Now we're on the hook for all of the capital. We get some slip revenues, but they don't come close to the cost of maintaining this facility. So some additional revenue generation would be, I think, very helpful.
I believe so.
But we've done this because we want to support our commercial fishermen and women. So we, it's a tough business, challenging times, and we've been able to maintain this facility at a very low cost to those who use it. So, all right, I don't have any other questions, but I'm very familiar with the location.
I just had one statement, because there were letters of support, but there was also one letter that expressed concern for the commercial fishing fleet. And we did, actually, the supervisor and I met with members of the fleet, and they are aware of this. They know the height. There's no, that the fall radius takes into account the fishing fleet and where it's located and doesn't pose any threat to it. So they were part of this discussion. Just wanted to make
Yeah,
that
and
clear.
there was also a letter, I don't know if the board saw it today, from a captain who.
Captain Al Lorenzetti.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he made some really strong points, I thought, and was very much in support of it.
He did. He was also in favor of the cell tower as a site marker from the water, especially if it's
So
somewhat foggy.
it's worth noting here, too, that the plan is to put emergency communications at the top of this, and that's been requested by, I think, our fire departments, including Southampton, right? Southampton Fire Department would benefit by having their communications at the top of this tower.
That's correct.
And, yeah, so it's needed by emergency services, but there'd be other cell phone carriers as well. This is a proposed monopole, and so with the exception of, I think, those emergency communications, everything is internal. So it just looks like a white flagpole,
That's right.
A big flagpole.
a big white flagpole, 100-foot tall white flagpole. Yeah. But they're, and I think it's typically they're painted white or gray or sky blue or something like that, so it's it looks like this gentleman, Keith, right?
That's Mr. Keith over at Tower Point. I don't know what color it'll
You
be
can
painted.
tell us more about it in a minute, so, okay. All right, any other questions for Mark?
No?
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank
All
you.
right, and before we go to the public on this, Landon, is there anything you want to say? You've been working? Okay. I don't know if I have any cards. Keith, did you want to speak?
I'm good unless.
Unless there's questions. So can I just bring you up for a second? That's just, I just want to make sure what I'm saying is factually correct. So it's approximately 100-foot height, tall?
Yes, and that's not including the fire department's antennas at our top. They're usually 5 to 8 feet.
And
They're
just for the
extremely
record,
thin,
your
though.
name is Keith Kehoe?
That's correct, Keith
And-
Keto, the Tower
Keith
Point.
Keto, and you are with Tower Point?
That's correct.
Okay, and it's what, 4 foot in diameter? What's roughly?
Yes, this is actually at the top. I believe it's going to be 36 inches in diameter at the top.
So 3 feet at
Yes,
the top
and
and
that's
4
gonna-
feet at the
yeah.
base?
Final design, et cetera, yeah.
Okay. And, in terms of if it fell, it wouldn't touch any of the boats, but don't they collapse on themselves?
Yeah, so it's actually 2 parts. This is where all the carriers go, right here. It's split there. So at failure, all you gotta do is get off the wind load, so it kinks at that point. So it does not fall over. They're engineered just to kink, to get the wind load off.
Okay.
being that the fire department's gonna jump on, it's a Tower Class 3, which can withstand up to 150-mile-per-hour winds,
Okay.
so.
And the color of it?
It's white, it's sky blue, that can be discussed with planning as well, what they would prefer. We prefer a white, a sky blue.
The
to really
white sort
blend
of
in.
disappears into the
Exactly.
sky, yeah. What else was I gonna ask? And you said everything's internal except for the fire department stuff?
Exactly. So everything is internal, except for the whip antennas at the top, and that's
Okay,
for
and,
public
and down at
communications.
the end, that's the ground-based equipment?
Yes, that is.
Transformers or whatever, yeah.
So 4 carriers, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and Dish. And then we have the space reserved for the emergency services. And there's more room there if they need to, have a bigger space, so.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Keith?
Nope, covered it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I don't have any cards, but I did see somebody may have wanted to speak. Pam, did you want to speak at this?
I just wanted to say
Just wait till you get to the podium.
I think we have
Just
the same
introduce
thing in
yourself. We know who you are, but yeah, for our records.
Pamela Harwood. I think we have the same thing in Bridgehampton, don't we already?
Behind the
So if
train
anybody wants to
station.
know what it looks like,
Behind
it's
the train
probably on
station.
Butter Lane in the light industrial district.
Yes.
You can see it from the Candy Kitchen, can see it from pretty far away, but no one seems to have objected to it.
Yeah, I think,
Right.
I don't know the height of that one, but I think it's very similar.
Pretty tall.
It's
All
very
right,
similar,
thanks.
near the train station. So that's a privately owned one, but the town, this would be on a town property. So, all right, anyone else who wishes to be heard? We'll go to our online audience. We're at the public hearing to consider the lease of town land for the purpose of design, construction, and management of a cell tower on Dune Road in Hampton Bays. If you wish to be heard at this public hearing, please click the raise hand icon. No hands. Board, what's your pleasure? Do you feel like we need to leave this open, or do you want to go ahead and close
I
it?
think we
Let's
should
close it.
I
Close?
think we can close it.
Close?
yeah.
Okay. Community's aware of this?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you read the 6th public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 6 for the proposed recipients of the 2024 Community Development Block Grant Program.
All right, Kara Back, our Director of Housing and Community Development, will introduce us.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor and Town Board members. HUD's Community Development Block Grant Program, otherwise known as CDBG, provides federal funds to state and local governments for the development and expansion of opportunities in low and moderate income communities. Suffolk County administers the grant funds annually to the town of Southampton through the Suffolk County Consortium. The purpose of this public hearing is to receive community comments and recommendations to the proposed spending of the Community Block Grant for 2024. The town is requesting $212,000 from the county, but the final budget is subject to change after Congress approves the final budget, federal budget. A public notice for this hearing was published according to HUD guidelines. For your consideration, the project proposals for 2024 include upgrades to the outdoor space located at the Flanders Community Center that serves the town's seniors and youth. This is the only community center in the town where there is the ability to expand the use of outdoor space. The proposed upgrades include the addition of some gaming tables where the seniors can play chess, checkers, and dominoes, a small patio area with benches, and a bocce court. I posted a rendering of the plan in the back for the public. We hope in 2024 that Community Services would like to begin providing some more active senior programming, such as bocce tournaments, and some multi-generational programming with the Youth Bureau. As a note, the Department of Senior Services just received a nice bequest from Jean Bernard. She was a former member of the Hampton Bays Senior Center who left money that will allow the purchase of a van to transport some seniors up to the Flanders Community Center, so that we can have them participate in some outdoor activities up there.
It's a woman who, in her will,
Yes,
left a considerable amount of money.
yes, she did. It was very nice.
It'll go more than, be a lot more than one van.
Absolutely, yes, yeah. So it'll definitely come in very useful
I think she
for
wanted it all
seniors.
to go toward transportation, though.
Transportation to activities and to medical appointments.
Mhm.
So, the next proposal is from the Parks Department for the addition of some ADA-compliant sidewalks around the Red Creek Park Activity Center to provide safe accessibility for residents with disabilities or mobility issues who use the recreation facilities for programs and events. I've also included a plan there in the back. Next, code enforcement is proposing to provide some additional staffing to the Riverside and Flanders communities. Next, we have a request for funding for the sign and facade program in low, moderate income business areas. And the final proposal is for funding for various public service groups who serve the needs of low and moderate communities with services and projects. 15% of the town's award may be distributed to public service groups. I've distributed a summary of the proposals to the board for your consideration. What I'd like to do is, at the November 14th meeting, submit a resolution authorizing the board selections to the county for funding approval. Everything has to be submitted to the county by December 1st. I'm available if you have any questions.
And so you've received a whole bunch of requests already?
Yes,
Okay, but the hearing is for either those people who made those requests or for other requests to make their requests known to the town board?
yes. So everybody, we tried to include all of the public service groups that submitted applications, so they are in the proposed funding request. Anybody who has submitted an application is in there.
Right, but if somebody else who's not on that list wants, they could be considered too, and that could affect those allocations.
That's correct, yeah.
All right.
We
Thank
really
you.
can't go above the allocations that we have, because that is 15% of what our anticipated funding is.
Okay,
Yeah, it's trying to be fair to everyone.
okay.
So-
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Karen, a question, what kind of follow-up, what kind of paperwork in terms of follow-up for these different organizations that receive this money is required, right? That's fairly considerable.
Absolutely, yes. It takes a lot of time.
On their part, they have to justify the monies and, okay.
Yes, exactly, yep. Everything it's very detailed. It comes into our office, we review it, it then goes to the county for review, and then is submitted to HUD. So it is it's a very detailed process.
And they have to have a certain tax status as well to be eligible.
That's correct, right,
Yeah.
not-for-profit.
And these all are organizations that serve low income, right?
Yes, yep. They serve, their programming serves low to moderate income communities.
Okay, so I noticed that you basically just gave everyone equal allocation. Did they all request that, or did you just sort of took the sum total and divided it by the number of groups?
That's exactly what we did. So we don't want to give less than $5,000.
Because of the paperwork?
Yeah, that's it, exactly. And so we received the submission of all of these public service groups, and we can go up to that 15%. So that's how we came up with that $5,000 number.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if other groups want to get on this list, we might have to then pick.
We either pick or we reduce everybody else's allocation.
Yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
Okay,
So thank you on that. So, on the Crohan Center, they've been requesting activities for the younger seniors. That's great to come and have lunch and play a little bingo, but on nice days, they want to get up and have activities. So that works perfectly into that plan. And for the Red Creek Park adjustments for the ADA compliancy, those paths are old. Some of them, we walk and they're pretty steep. I would hate to see a wheelchair go down.
Yes.
This will make them tremendously more compliant and much easier for the seniors to actually move about the property.
Absolutely. They'll be able to get from the activity center over to the pavilion and over to the playground. So, yeah, it's definitely much needed over there.
Are they going to change the grades at all? Because I know when we did it at the anti-bias task force picnic, there were seniors holding on to people because it's steep.
Yes, that That's part of the plan, is to
Okay.
change that grade so that, yeah, it will be a lot easier for people with mobility issues to get around.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Isn't there, though, a separate pot of money for ADA improvements?
So ADA is considered automatically low, moderate income. So we don't have to show it. It's automatically considered that. So that's how we can kind of fit it into Red Creek Park.
But it's not a different pot of money?
No, it's all part of the same CDBG funds. Yep.
Okay, it's just that you can do that anywhere across the town.
Exactly right, yep.
And the other things have to be in certain eligible areas.
That's correct. What, the other activities in the public buildings have to either ADA compliant, or the public building has to service a low, moderate income area. And so that's why the Flanders building, fits into this.
Right.
So-
Yeah, when Christine Scalera was councilwoman, we had that battle with the Census Bureau on trying to determine, some of those determinations don't always seem totally fair. So I know that's something that's still in progress, but it takes a while to get
I think
feedback.
Hampton Bays, that area is getting close to not qualifying.
Yeah, sometimes what we can do
Which
is we
I
can
mean, it's a
take.
good thing, incomes have come up and
Yeah.
it's no longer a low, moderate income area. It's-
Yeah, in fact, Red Creek Park is not in a low, moderate income area. Sometimes, though, we can take.
But that's ADA issue.
Yeah, exactly, but we can take areas surrounding an area that we want to do a project in, and if we come up with 51% 51% of the population has to be low, moderate income. So we can kind of sometimes come up with that number, and it is acceptable if you can take the surrounding areas and
You-
come up with an
You
average.
can combine census blocks and aggregate.
And it's like, more like a
There's a lot to
catchment.
this.
It's like a catchment area. Who's gonna be using that?
Exactly right, yep.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you,
Yep.
Karen.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thanks,
that. So we'll
Karen.
go to the public. I don't have any cards. Is anybody, this is public hearing number 6 on allocation of CDBG money. Anybody wanted to be heard on this public hearing? All right, seeing none, we're gonna switch over to online. Is there anyone who is watching from a remote location who wishes to be heard at public hearing number 6? Please click the raise hand icon. It should be on the bottom of your screen. No hands. Do we need to keep this open, Karen?
No, actually, if you can close it, I would
Close it.
prefer that,
December
only
2nd.
because we need to be able to put an authorizing resolution on for November 14th, your next meeting. And then we need a little bit of time to get all the paperwork to the county by the December 1st
Would
deadline.
it help to keep the written record open if there's other groups that want to make requests?
If you
I mean,
want
it will
to,
complicate our efforts,
it
but-
will, if you want to keep it open for a week,
Okay,
all right?
is that okay? We'll close the hearing and leave the written record open for a week?
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so I'll make that motion.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, hearing's closed, but the written record's open for 1 week. All right, we're gonna move on to the 7th public hearing. Madam Clerk, would you read the notice?
Public hearing number 7, to consider the designation of a historic district in the hamlet of Bridgehampton to be known as the Bridgehampton Bull's Head Main Street Historic District.
All right, thank you, and I guess there's gonna be a number of people speaking on this, but to introduce it, Kelly Ann Doyle, Assistant Town Attorney from the Attorney's Office.
Yes,
will
thank you.
begin.
Thank you, Supervisor, members of the town board. I will try to be brief. I know we have a number of speakers here tonight. This is a public hearing to consider what could potentially be the first historic district ever designated by the town of Southampton. Currently, there are 39 town-designated landmarks, individual landmarks, but no town-designated historic districts as of yet. And this application for the proposed historic district, it was filed jointly by the Town Landmarks and Historic Districts Board, together with the Bridgehampton Civic Association. The application was referred to the Planning Board on October 12th. Planning Board indicated full support of the application. The section of the town code that gives this board authority to designate a group of properties as an historic district is section 330-321. And after a public hearing, this board could designate an historic district if it finds that a group of properties meet one or more of the criteria for designation as an individual landmark, and by reason of possessing such qualities, it constitutes a distinct section of the town of Southampton. So I believe Julie Green, our town historian, is going to speak tonight, I believe. Oh, she is, yep, she's here.
Is there gonna
Good.
be a map placed anywhere?
Yes, or Landmarks and Historic Districts Board Chairman Ed Wisnowski. I believe he has a PowerPoint as well and the map.
Oh, okay, so there'll be a PowerPoint, that's fine.
Yep. So they are going to come up. They've both put in a lot of hard work. Julie Green, our town historian, and Ed Wisnowski, chairman of the Landmarks and Historic Districts Board. So they will give you all the details of the proposed historic district.
All right, so who's gonna?
Kelly, okay, one question for you. Do you have a breakdown of the number of properties zoned specific ways? Do you happen to have that?
I don't have them, excuse me, specifically by each zone, but I do know that there are only 7 that are in the R20 zone, and the rest are all either village business, hamlet office, hamlet commercial, or office business.
Okay, thank you.
So, and Kelly,
Right, so we'll-
before we bring in either, I don't know who's speaking next, whether it's Ed or Julie Green, first I want to thank Councilman Scavone. I know you've been working on this.
Well, more them than.
And certainly Julie Green, our town historian, and Ed Wisnowski and the Landmark Committee. You know, this is something I also have been working on over the 8 years that I've been here. You know, there's been a concern about downtown Bridgehampton losing the historic essence of that area that I think is a draw to not just tourists, but homeowners, people who choose to live in this area or vacation or second home. It's one of the oldest settlements in this country, yet it doesn't have any rules that keep it that way. I think we have something very precious in downtown Bridgehampton that is vulnerable. And I think that committees have done a pretty good job trying to influence new construction in there. But without those guidelines, it remains vulnerable. And so, you know, I'm not saying this boundary is going to be the final boundary or that it's perfect. I know that a lot of thought went into it, a lot of considerations went into it, and we're going to hear those things. But this idea that the downtown commercial district of Bridgehampton needs to be protected, I think is really important. And I hope that we're able to arrive at a set of reasonable rules and regulations that the businesses can live and work with. I know other areas that have placed similar restrictions in have seen property values haven't gone down, they've actually gone up where these restrictions are in place. And it's hard to find out here a similar area that doesn't have protections, whether it's downtown Quogue, whether it's Southampton Village, whether it's East Hampton Village, Sag Harbor, Amagansett, they all have it. The one glaring omission is Bridgehampton, and the time has come. So hopefully that, you know, we'll listen to the public, we'll listen to the concerns of property owners, but I hope that while I'm still town supervisor, we're able to put some basic protections in place. But with that, who is next? Ed Wisnowski, Chair of our Landmarks Committee.
Ed Wisnowski, Landmarks and Historic Districts Board. I sympathize with you for having 9 public hearings and don't want to take much from the rest of your time tonight.
Don't worry about it. This is
Okay.
important. Take your time.
The map you see here is duplicated as well on the display screens. And Supervisor, you're right about the absence of protection in one of the oldest communities, the second oldest community in Southampton town. Basically, it has been kind of in a sleepy mode. But you mentioned there are historic districts. We have multiple historic districts in other portions of the town of Southampton that have been created by the incorporated villages of Quogue, Southampton, Sag Harbor, and Sagaponack, multiple districts, and even some of the oldest districts, those villages have expanded them in a second phase of development as they sought to protect the wider scope of their communities. I won't go through the dates on them. The proposed name for the district is Bull's Head, Main Street, Bridgehampton. Where does Bull's Head come from? It's the ancient name of the intersection of what we now recognize as Montauk Highway and what we call Sag Harbor Turnpike. It originally was the road that was put up as a toll road by the Bull's Head Sag Harbor Corporation that started about 1830 and basically went out of business around 1902, 1903 or so, when the town required the removal of the toll booth on the turnpike. It was not being cared for very well by the corporate entity that was there. And that reflection of Bull's Head is found in many of the deeds that go from the earliest time in the history of Southampton town up until about 1900, when the term began to kind of evaporate in people's minds and in their memories. Some of it might have been associated with the loss of the Bull's Head Sag Harbor Turnpike. Some of it was probably also associated with the Prohibition campaign of the late 1880s and 1890s that overtook most of Southampton town. And there was much propaganda against the memory of the Bull's Head Tavern on the corner of Montauk Highway and the Bull's Head Sag Harbor Turnpike. I won't get into any kind of detail, but it is a fascinating little piece of Bridgehampton's history. To just give you a sense of the density of the historic aspects of Bridgehampton, there is, let me just try to blow this up. There are a number of structures outlined on this 1858 map. They are identified. There are 10 of them that were in existence in 1858 and are still there, present in Bridgehampton today. One is the home of Judge Hugh Halsey, an important politician in New York State, an elector of presidents in the 19th century. Two is Gurdon Corwith. We know it today as the Bridgehampton Inn, as an existing building readapted for that inn purpose. Number three is the William Corwith House, which is occupied by the Bridgehampton Museum as still a house in a farm setting, which was basically most of the character of Bridgehampton at one time, including in my lifetime. Number five is the Abraham Topping Rose House, Judge Rose, also an important politician in the history of New York State and Suffolk County. Today we know it as the Topping Rose Inn, readapted and renovated for that purpose. Number six is the town-owned Nathaniel Rogers House, a very important restoration that the town undertook starting in about 2005 or so, and completed about 15 years later. Number 8 is the Levi Wright House, still in existence, a classical Greek revival style. There is number 9 is actually in blue because that's the BB Mill in 1858, before it was moved about 1909 across the street to the town park, where today it is preserved. And we have, I'm sorry, number 9 is the Methodist Church. You can not probably see the writing on it. Number 9 was moved down towards Butter Lane corner after this 1858 map, and that structure, some of it is still intact there. Number 10 is the BB Mill, windmill, which was moved across Ocean Road or Atlantic Avenue to the town park on the other side.
I think you skipped 4 and 7.
If this map had a date on of 1920, just about 100 years ago, you wouldn't have 10 structures. You would have 25 structures. I couldn't crunch all the numbers on the map in order just to display what was out there. So the development of this project has taken place. You mentioned 8 years. By my memory, it's 6 years. I was recently had become successor to the Landmarks Board. You called me into the office and proposed getting a consultant for doing the kind of work that would be needed for a historic district. I mentioned that there had been 3 prior surveys by consultants in 2001, 2009 by Ann Sanford, 2014 by AKRF, that had done comprehensive work on looking at prospective historic districts for Bridgehampton and some of the other hamlets in Southampton town. But Julie Green was a ready resource, and thanks to the town clerk's office and Cindy Schermeyer for providing her services as a major piece of support for getting this project done. It has saved the town tens of thousands of dollars that would have gone into a consultant in order to have that very same work done. And this project, the report, is on the landmarks page of the Southampton Town website for anyone who wants to look at it. Has the guidelines that generally would embrace the review of structures that would come under review in a historic district for Bridgehampton. That is the map, again, that you see here, that basically encompasses the properties from Snake Hollow Road on the west to Atlantic Avenue, Ocean Road on the east. Approximately 100 properties, including the monument, which is on the state highway right-of-way, that also would be included in it. Perhaps Julie would just have some other comment to make. She has had a major hand here, and I think she should get the chance to top my remarks.
Let's bring Julie up. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
So, and I think the piece, and thank you, Julie, for all the work, and Sunday, who I regretted to mention earlier, who I know has been very helpful in getting to this point. But one piece we haven't really heard is, what does it mean to be in the district? What are the types of regulations? How does it affect businesses? And also, what criteria maybe went into the selection process, so in terms of determining the boundary. And then I do want to get to the public before we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that little question. So town
Good
historian.
evening, Town Board Supervisor. Thank you so much for having me. This was a great project to work on, and I'm very happy that we're at this point. So to answer your question, we have our Landmarks and Historic District Board in place now. Most of the structures that are on Main Street that fall within this map overlay in this district would all require some sort of protection already. They would require the owners for any type of alteration or work being done on any of these properties to go before the Landmarks and Historic District Board. So they have protection, but they don't have a cohesive protection altogether. And this would give that protection that every single structure on this in this district would complement each other, stay that way as a complement to each other, and I think it's really important that we do this. And as you mentioned earlier, all the other districts that we have here in the town, in villages and such, are all positive and positive feedback from all those people that live in those districts. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, so I had two
Yeah, I
things.
have a question.
One had to do with, how the boundary was established, and then if you're in the boundary, what does it mean to you? But I think you've answered that to some degree.
Yeah, and some of that Ed can answer a little bit better just from a landmarks designation point. But it would mean you would be required, there are a lot of things that we're not requiring of people, of owners of these structures. The design guidelines that Ed mentioned are online, and there are do's and don'ts and all of those different things. There's quite a few of them. But we're not requiring paint colors. That's up to an owner. If your structure is currently 1 story, there's a possibility that could be a 2-story structure, as long as the mass and scaling are within the parameters of an existing structure there. We wouldn't have a 3-story structure on Main Street. We wouldn't go that far.
Julie, not too many years ago, the conversation around the Bridgehampton Historic District, there were people in the community who wanted to include the entire hamlet in the historic district.
Right.
From the ocean all the way up to Middle Line Highway,
Right.
East and west. And, but we scaled it back to a Main Street Historic District. Right. Is that part of the reason why we didn't go up Corwith and Lumber and then down School Street and Ocean as well, which?
Yeah,
That might be an
originally
Ed
it was
question.
a much larger, and Ed could speak to this because it was his.
Yes, the 2014 report had a very comprehensive outline, much larger than this particular district. One of the requirements of the town's code is that you apply the standards for the Secretary of Interior with respect to the way in which you review particular projects that might come into play in a historic district. The standards and practices and maybe the policies that you might develop would really vary according to the nature of the different types of structures. There's a concentration of business enterprises, obviously, on Main Street, commercial area. Trying to include residential structures within a framework of understanding that the Landmarks Board could develop policies with is kind of another.
And that would change this district a
Yeah,
little bit. Are there plans to create a residential historic district? I mean, in the future, not next week.
There's no current plans. The
How about this, a
prospect-
desire in the community?
Yes, it depends, I think, a lot on community opinion, and also there are still very important historic resources in some of the residential sections of Bridgehampton. There's been some landmarks made in Bridgehampton, so those might be down the road, but that's of a date uncertain and maybe permanently uncertain, so.
Understood. So there are, in this district, there are 7 residential districts. They're zoned R20. One's on
Residential properties, you mean.
residential properties in the district. Thank you, Supervisor.
Right, some of
And-
those are business enterprises.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That are not business enterprise. There are 7 homes, essentially. And
I would say there
I
are,
counted them out. Of the 100
Right, yes,
parcels,
right.
there are 7 R20 zoned parcels in the historic district, and they're all off Main Street. There are 2 on Lumber Lane, there's 1 on Hull, and then 1 on School Street, and then the rest on Ocean, right? It's just, they're all off of Main Street. The homeowners of those properties, I know that one of them actually requested to be in the district, and I was wondering if you folks would be okay. I'd like to make the recommendation to take those R20, those particular residents, out of the Bull's Head Main Street Historic District proposal. Would that, is there any specific reason why those particular homes should stay in?
well, they would be relatively insignificant if they were not kept in this proposed boundary. That's not the big item. You have some major structures on Main Street
Right.
that are classic and of great aesthetic value for the community. Those are the important ones to protect. Some of the other structures are less important. There is somewhat a misconception that all structures they're either of historic significance in some fashion, architecture, history, whatever, but they actually come in gradations. Some buildings are altered out of original character. Some buildings don't have really much appeal. The real question becomes generally what would be a replacement or some change in the character of those properties. But with respect to the Ocean Road properties, they're not particularly historically important or have a lot of integrity to them, so they're kind of lower grade than, say, the Nathaniel Rogers house across the street, which is a prime historic object
Anchors
for
the
community.
entire Main Street,
Yeah.
right. So if there's one of the structures on Main Street and they want to do a renovation, they still can. What they need to do, in addition to the permitting of Southampton Town, they need a certificate of appropriateness from the Landmarks Board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And we have reviewed dozens of building applications along Main Street. In fact, I think we've reviewed 5 applications for demolitions over the past 8 years or so on the Landmarks Board, and 3 of them, 4 of them, I think, we found no objection to because the buildings were deteriorated and lost much of their historical character and couldn't be effectively restored.
Okay,
And one was objected to, but it was demolished anyway on Main Street.
So-
But we've done reviews of the windows and buildings in the commercial district and renovations of facades, expansions of the buildings, all of which we found no objection to.
Councilman?
So are you okay with removing those 6 parcels and leaving
The
the one?
Landmarks Board proposes, the
And
town
we did-
board
right, okay.
disposes.
I guess that's the board's purview.
So,
But, well, Ed, I know you put a lot.
What I'd like to recommend on that is, there's 7 of them, one that wants to be in. If any of the other remaining 6 want to be in, so maybe make it like an opt-in, they want to be in because being in a historic district does tend to increase your property value. But if they're concerned about how these regulations may affect their ability to renovate or change their properties in the future, I have no objection to leaving them out unless they want to be in.
Yeah, there are potential benefits too to
Sure.
be in a historic district or considered important in a historic district because it makes the possibility for acquisition of historic easement for facades as one possibility. There are other types of benefits, and there may be benefits down the road too, which are not yet in place.
But there may be individual situations where someone may not want to be in the district. It's not on Main Street, it's not part of that. I think that's certainly something, there's no rule based on that, it's considered on its merit, but in some cases, I think it might make sense to do that.
We know that with CPF, though, sometimes it has to be a contributing building within a historic district.
No, I mean to
get
not to be
access
in
those
the
funds.
district.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So,
saying.
but it's fine, I think if those residential owners don't want to be in it, I don't have a problem. I think
I just want to clarify that.
that's fine, but really, the intention here was a commercial historic district, so.
I think Julie wanted to make a comment.
I think, I just wanted to just say, and not to, this had caused some sort of a hardship for the R20 properties, is just that they were, those three houses on Ocean, the one on Hull, the one on Lumber, and the one in the Triangle, those two on Lumber and were doctors' offices. One of them was Dr. Mulford. He was the doctor during the pandemic in 1918. He told people in Bridgehampton not to travel. He didn't lose a single patient to the flu in Bridgehampton. So we were kind of incorporating structures that had historic significant people that lived in those. The three small homes that are on Ocean, they were all part of a whole blacksmithing operation that was very important to the settlement. So those three structures, one of them was even the New York Telephone Company's operator, worked out of the house on the corner, taking all the phone calls and directing them through party lines to all over Bridgehampton and Sagaponack. So that's kind of why we chose to include them. There's Triangular Commons, which they are part of, which was a much larger park space. It's much smaller now. So that's why those were included. But if there's that hardship with the residents, I mean, that's a different story.
Okay, all right, thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
All right, so why don't we go to the public? We do have a number of people who do wish to be heard at this hearing. So, Julie Burmeister, you are first, followed by Pamela Harwood. So why don't we get Julie up? And
I live just south of the, Julie Burmeister, 148 Ocean Road. I'm just south of number 8 on that map that Ed showed you. School, that's what we were. Anyway, although our house is not included in the Bridgehampton Main Street Historic District, I want to address two major reasons why people reject historic districts. One is a decrease in financial value, and the other is the loss of control over changes. Years ago, when there had been a large increase in my tax assessment, I went to the tax assessor's office to investigate. And what I found out was that about a third of the total tax was due to the house, and the rest of it was the land. So I realized that any changes that I was going to make to the house wouldn't receive a particularly large tax increase, and that's what happened. Matter of fact, the inspector came and said, "Is this all you're going to do?" And anyway. The second, so it's because the financial value is mainly in the land and not the house. That's certainly the case in my case. There are many more options of what you can do to your buildings than there are restrictions. Let me give you a boring description of the changes that our house has endured without diminishing its historic value. Built in 1748 as a New Light Church in Hayground, it remained a church for 50 years. Sometime in the 1800s, the building was moved to its current site on Ocean Road and was operated as a school. And that's up there just below number 8 says school. That's us. Sometime in the late 1800s, it became the residence of one of the Rogers families. A daughter married Richard Hendrickson, whose son, Dick Hendrickson, the weatherman, gave us a picture of the house dated 1895. So, in 1914, this is what we bought.
Good house.
So my family bought the house in 1940 and added a kitchen and a wing to the rear of the building and dormers on the south and north sides of the second floor. In 1965, my parents gutted the interior part of the original downstairs and added a dining alcove to the rear of the kitchen. In 1991, my parents moved the whole house about 100 feet back away from the road and onto a new foundation. The old one was falling apart, and a full basement. In 2005, I added to the rear of the house a winterized sun porch and a covered entranceway for the driveway. Now, that's a lot of additions and reconstructions, but the house remains historic, and the value of the land continues to increase. So I'm not sure that the idea that if you're historic, you have to have a decreased value of your land. I want to close with a short anecdote. Last summer, escaping from the Texas searing heat, my daughter visited with her 2 children. I volunteered to meet them at the jitney and asked them to call me when they reached Watermill. No call came, and suddenly they were at my door. They had walked home dragging their suitcases because the children wanted to see if Bridgehampton Main Street remained the same. Part of our history is displayed in our architecture. Even children recognize the importance of preserving it.
Julie, just to be clear, you're supporting the historic district, yes?
Yeah, I should say. I didn't think I had to say it.
Okay, appreciate it. And is your property in it? Your home is outside?
No, I would love it to be. No, I'm just south of the, well, if you look at number 8 up there, I believe it's number 8. It says school, and that's.
So you're just below the historic district?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, quite a bit below,
Yeah.
but, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna get Pamela Harwood, and then Peter Fetter will follow.
Hi, Pamela Harwood, President of the Bridgehampton Civic Association, and we're co-sponsoring this proposal. And just a little background about myself. My house is not in the historic district, but it is in, I guess these days, an oldish community. My husband and I have been in Bridgehampton, and we're homeowners for 32 years. We purchased what was an affordable home north of the highway. That was back in the day when people used to ask, are you north or south of the highway? They don't ask that anymore. It's all too expensive. In a community of neighbors who were born and raised in the area, attended the local schools, and volunteered for the fire department. One was a former fire chief in the community, and one of my neighbors is currently the assistant chief. They all probably have, I would guess, most of their savings in their homes. So their homes mean a lot to them. And yet, during COVID, when we were all walking around the neighborhood because no one had anything else to do, so we were running around the subdivisions, everybody was so shocked to see the out of scale and out of place brand new homes that were going up where these modest homes used to be a year ago when they first walked by that neighborhood. And they said to me, we are so upset. One woman started crying, and I said, I know how you feel. And she goes, you will never know how I feel. You were born here. And I said, well, 27 years, but I understood what she was saying. She was so upset. And it's interesting that not one of them has left the neighborhood. They could have cashed out. They could have moved to North Carolina like lots of other people have done, because this is no longer the community they remember or want it to be. But they're still here, which means their homes mean a lot to them. I myself have volunteered my time for many years to serve the community, first as the chair of the Bridgehampton Citizens Advisory Committee, and now as president of the Bridgehampton Civic, which is co-sponsoring the proposal. Although we value the increased prosperity of the community over the years, I know many people told me years ago how poor they were here before things got developed more, there were more jobs, things are more prosperous for people, so they're happy about that. But they also bemoan the increased suburbanization it has brought to the area, the demolition and loss of so many older homes and buildings, many that were quaint and historic, and the increase in oversized commercial buildings and homes that are out of scale, out of proportion, and out of the appearance to their neighborhood. If this district had been enacted 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we would still have that wonderful quaint Elaine Benson Gallery instead of a block of a 6,000 square foot office building that does not even have all the affordable apartments it was supposed to have as a quid pro quo to that 6,000 square feet. I also own a home in a landmark district in New York City. So I know firsthand what it means to own a home in an historic district and what that entails. And I'm happy to say that it has not diminished our property values. In fact, it increases them. We have hardly any turnover. Everybody's apartments have increased in value. And it wasn't like that when I first moved into the building. Like one day they just put up a sign, you're in a landmarks district. We had no say, there was no vote. I don't remember a public hearing. There it was. And you know what? We're fine with it. It's inconvenienced us very little. Pre-war buildings are highly prized over cookie-cutter buildings, and major modernizations and restorations of the interiors are plentiful and allowed. It is my hope that the town board will vote in favor of the current proposal to maintain the scale and the character of our community, as well as the sense of history one can still feel walking down our streets.
30 seconds.
I also believe that an important initiative like this cannot be done by individual property owners. One person, two people want to opt out, other people hear about it, there's your precedent. I go to tons of hearings, ZBA hearings, and all I hear is, oh wait, we've done this before, there's a precedent, oh, we've got to do it. Your precedents mean things down the road. I ask you to be very careful about that. Word gets around. Rather, this has to be done through the foresight and vision of our elected leaders, and that's you. I also ask your indulgence. As you know, we do have one member who is the one person who volunteered to have his home in the district. He had to make an unexpected visit to Switzerland, I assume to collect chocolates, I don't know, for all of us. But he asked me to read something for him. It's going to take 30 seconds.
You're out of time, but if you want to submit that letter,
Okay, in writing, then I will.
that would be fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
All right, if you could submit it to the clerk, we could take it
And
here.
we'll get copies.
She'll make copies for us, man.
Okay, all right, so Peter, Better, you're next. That's the only other card I have, and then we'll go online. For the Bridgehampton Historic District? Okay. All right, I'll certainly hear you, yeah.
Thank you, Jay. I just have a brief statement, and I want to read in support of the historic district. When my wife and I moved to Bridgehampton in 1991, we fell in love with the unique character of the village, its historic homes, its quaint shops along Main Street, its rural character. 30 years later, we're seeing all these unique qualities that made us fall in love with Bridgehampton rapidly disappearing. Art galleries, antique shops, historic homes have been replaced by 6,000 square foot soulless office buildings which add nothing to the character of our hamlet. I strongly urge the town board to adopt this resolution creating a historic district for downtown Bridgehampton before everything that makes our home special is lost forever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you must be Jessica, right? I did find your card. Jessica Chervin. Jessica, yep, you're up. Sorry about that, it just was in the back of the pile.
You'll have to give me warnings before. I've only got 30 seconds because I've got a lot to say.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Supervisor Schneiderman, Councilman Scavone, Councilman Martell, Councilwoman McNamara, Councilman Bouvier. My name is Jessica Chervin. I'm the owner of 52 Ocean Road, a property that the Landmarks and Historic Districts Board and Bridgehampton Civic Association have proposed to include in the Bridgehampton Bull's Head Main Street Historic District. Before I say anything more, I'd like to express my gratitude to both of those organizations for the work that's gone into contemplating this project and to their advocacy for the community on any number of important issues. I'd like in particular to express my gratitude to Councilman Scavone, Chairman Ed Wisnowski, and Town Historian Julie Green for visiting my property last week and for hearing my concerns with open minds and open hearts. Some background. My parents bought their first house on the East End in 1972. I followed in 1984 and spent the first summer of my life in that house on Laurel Lane, subsequent summers in a house in Sagaponack, and for the last 27 years, many summers and weekends at 52 Ocean Road, a house my father purchased in 1996 and where he made his home full-time from 2000 on. Like many of you, I lament how overrun this special corner of our state and country has become, but my immense good fortune to be able to call this place my home is not lost on me for a single day. As I mentioned, 52 Ocean Road was purchased by my father in 1996, and he lived there year-round until 2001, from 2001 onward. I became the owner of 52 Ocean Road in July 2019 when my father died suddenly. I was 12 weeks pregnant. While it never occurred to me to sell this house, I couldn't fathom making it our full-time home. Several less than thoughtful additions had been made to and now conceal the original structure, leaving a cobbled together, awkward, and uncomfortable composition of surviving walls, not at all suited to modern living. It's horribly out of date. Everything, and I mean every last thing about the physical structure is a headache. The plumbing is a nightmare. There is no basement, only a crawl space. The ceilings are very, very low. There is limited natural light. The bedrooms are the size of postage stamps. Half the structure has a flat roof. And my father could have done more in his lifetime to maintain the house, if only for vanity's sake, but he had neither the appetite nor the imperative to make major capital improvements at his age, and certainly not to the existing structure. While my father and I were both inspired by and shared immense affection for the local vernacular, the house, which evokes Grey Gardens, is by most accounts, including his own, beyond saving. The pandemic had other plans for my husband and me, and we moved out, fleeing the city full-time in March 2020 when my son was 8 weeks old. We thought it would be a temporary stay, but ultimately settled into a way of life, of family life, that suited us better than our city life had. We sold our apartment and committed ourselves to Bridgehampton year-round. My husband has joined the Bridgehampton Volunteer Fire Department, and while I hope none of you has had the occasion to see him or any of his colleagues at your home, each of you can rest easier knowing that because of where we live, he is often among the first to the firehouse on School Street when the signal goes out. I'd been eager to renovate this property from the moment it became our full-time home, but the pandemic was not an ideal time to do it for reasons everyone here understands. Still, I started my research. I even considered trying to lift this structure up to save it, to put in a basement playroom for my son, but backed off the idea when a structural engineer looked at me like I had lost touch with reality. Among every architect and builder I consulted, there were two common themes: caution and puzzlement. Concern that trying to work with what was here, which was so imperfect, would be throwing good money after bad. Finally, a kind architect with a family history in Southampton spanning hundreds of years.
30 seconds.
Oh, boy. I better hurry up.
You know what, though? I think you've already convinced us to pull your property out. So if
Okay.
you want to submit that,
I
you're
will
welcome to. Is there anybody on the board who has any objection to removing her property from the historic
No.
district?
No, we had a long conversation.
No.
I agree with Tom and John.
So I don't want to cut into, you know.
Nope, that's
you
okay.
have-
I'll submit this for the record, and
Okay.
Yeah,
and
I'd
thank you
like
for
to
your
see,
consideration.
I'd like to see the record. 'cause
Sure.
It was so well spoken.
It was really great. I'd like to
Yeah.
finish reading.
You're doing great. I don't want to cut you off.
That's okay.
But you've sold us already. You had us at hello, so.
Thank you.
All right?
To whom should I give this?
To the clerk.
All right,
to
you'll have
sign.
to keep the chicken scratches on it.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long evening.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, Jessica. All right, so I don't have any other cards. We'll go online. Well, let me go, actually, is there anybody who here at Town Hall who didn't fill out a card who wanted to be heard? All right, perfect. Charlie, we're gonna go online. Charles Certain is the administrator for our CTV programming, who manages these Zoom remote meetings as well, in addition to filming. If you wish to be heard, this is your opportunity. This is only for this public hearing on the Bridgehampton Historic District. Just click that raise hand icon and we'll bring you on. And it looks like we have somebody.
Hi, good
Right,
evening.
let's see if we can hear you first. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We can. What is your name?
My name is Meredith Berkowitz.
Okay, hi Meredith. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. I have rented and owned in Bridgehampton with my husband and my children for over 16 years. I'm also an officer and a director of the Bridgehampton Civic Association, and I've been coming out to Bridgehampton since I was a child. The quaint shops, rural character, and the historic value is what attracted us to this particular hamlet. And I'm fully in support of the creation of a Main Street Historic District that would ensure the preservation of that character and quaintness. To designate it an historic district or not is an age-old debate balancing value of preserving the character and aesthetics of our hamlet in the face of development-driven property speculation versus the flexibility that property owners, as you just heard, generally want in developing their lands or improving residences and other buildings. A historic designation is one method of ensuring that changes to a neighborhood occur thoughtfully, preserving the fabric of a neighborhood that people love, buildings and homes with history, vital dwellings that preserve the past, while acknowledging modern lifestyles. As Supervisor Schneiderman said earlier tonight, without a district, though there have been attempts to influence the character and aesthetics as properties and land turn over, they remain vulnerable without guidelines. I worry that as we continue to debate, we are losing the battle. As Ed had said, if we had done this 20 years ago, we'd already have double the number of structures to preserve than we do today. The best way to garner support is through messaging, and I think it's important that members of our community, especially those who may be most impacted, know and understand that preserving the past doesn't mean they won't be able to accomplish the things that they would like to do with their home or commercial property. In my opinion, Julie and Ed have been very thoughtful in balancing the need for historic preservation with preserving this flexibility for potential property owners. People won't research it themselves. We live in the information age, and especially with so many new families moving into Bridgehampton and new commercial property owners, there needs to be some outreach to help garner this support. There are many benefits, as you've heard from others, to owning property in a historic district. A 2007 study in Tempe, Arizona found that property values increased by 5 to 35% or more in historic districts versus other areas with similar properties. The same study found that homes and properties in historic districts are often more protected from fluctuations in the housing market than those that are not. Another study in Athens, Georgia found that values in 4 designated areas outpaced their non-designated counterparts. The assessment values in the historic districts rose 65%, while the assessment values in non-designated neighborhoods rose at a rate of 60%. Following implementation of a Main Street Historic District, just like we're talking about, assessment values in that district rose at a rate of 41%. These studies reveal a very positive analysis of the benefits of preservation. Property owners, in addition, within historic districts may be eligible for grants, tax credits, and other financial incentives to maintain and restore their properties, which can reduce any financial burden of preservation. An historic district also builds a sense of community, fostering a sense of community pride and identity as residents and business owners work together to protect and celebrate the area's history and culture. To answer Mr. Schiavone's question about an expanded historic district to include residential homes, I do believe that at some point the historic district designation should be expanded, as not all of the properties with historical significance or quaintness are located on or just off Main Street, and it may actually be those properties that are most at risk. Starting here today, though, with Main Street would be a great step forward, but it should not be the end of the discussion. And I
30
hope that the town
seconds.
board will vote in favor of this proposal. Thank you for your
All right,
time.
thank you, Meredith.
Thank you.
Okay, we're still online if there's anyone else who wishes to be heard. Charles, are you seeing any other anybody else clicking the raised hand?
No hands.
No more hands? Okay, thank you. All right, back here, as the board decides what to do. Just, can I ask a question? Maybe it's, I'm not sure, to Ed or Julie. Did we reach out to the businesses? Was there, I remember there was a meeting held, we distributed some kind of letter. So I just want to make sure, since nobody from any of the businesses has spoken to the contrary, but I just want to make sure that we made a good faith effort to let them know.
Yes, we've had actually several reach outs over this period of 6 years. Starting in 2018, we held a meeting in Bridgehampton. We wrote a letter to the property owners, held a meeting in Bridgehampton at the Archives building. And then more recently, prior to the public notice for a public hearing we did a mailing to the property owners outlined here on that, with the information as to what was involved, what kind of review takes place, a whole 9 yards of explanatory material. And that also was posted to the website back late August, I think, for the information of owners.
Certainly sounds like a good faith effort to notify.
Have any of them reached out to you? Have any?
Not until the public notice appeared, and there were 2 responses to it. One involved the museum on Corwith Avenue, the Dan Flavin Museum of Neon Art. They wish to have some feel for if they wanted to put outdoor sculptures or displays on their grounds on Corwith Avenue. Would that have big implications, small implications, whatever? And I had a discussion with their lawyer, probably this was last Thursday or Friday, for about an hour, trying to scope out that some policy might have to be developed, and depends on experience that would develop with respect to things like that. So there has been some reach out from our communications.
All right, thank you. And maybe, I don't know if Janice, you'd be the one to answer this, but in terms of, trying to close this hearing, in terms of, this is the first historic district that the town has, we haven't enacted it yet, but it will be. Do we need comments from Planning Board or Suffolk County Planning Commission, or any of those things necessary?
Looks like Kelly can answer.
Oh, Kellyanne, okay, if you have the answer, Kellyanne?
Yes, this was.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Jennifer. And I see you signaling to Dave Wilcox, our planning director.
This was referred to the planning board, and they indicated Julie Green actually went and gave a presentation and spoke with the board when this was referred, and the planning board indicated full support for the application. This was also referred to the Suffolk County Planning Commission. I don't know if Madam Clerk has received any responses, but I have not heard of any response from the Planning Commission yet.
Okay. So because of the magnitude of it, I think, I'd like to close the public hearing if the board is amenable to that. But I'd leave the written record open for a week or even 2 weeks. I don't think do we have a resolution for adoption on today?
No, we do not. That would be the next thing I was going to say, because we wanted to just have the public hearing tonight first, and then figure out which properties would be included and would not. And then I can draft a resolution, if you wish to move forward, with the designation and also with a code amendment, just to codify the boundaries of the district, and also to, if the board would like, to reference the guidelines in Julie Green's Bridgehampton's Historic Hamlet Review and Design Guidelines.
We do not have planning board nor the Suffolk County.
Okay, the resolution probably hasn't been drafted yet, but I did watch the video and I saw that they indicated.
So, Kelly, the fact that the district lines have not been set yet, do we need to keep this open in order to definitively set them? Or should we make a decision tonight?
We're not expanding them, we're only contracting them.
That's right.
Right,
So I
you would
think
be
you're okay.
reducing, yeah.
I'd like to set them in a way that the public is aware,
Aware of,
Yeah,
right.
and
Well, when we.
I also like the standard of the commercial Main Street area.
So the earliest that we could put the hearing on for the proposed code amendments, just to codify everything, would be December 12th. So what you could do, you could either leave the written record open, for as long as you'd like, and then I'll put everything on for December 12th, and that will have the designation resolution, which will have the list of all the properties that will be included, and also the code amendments to have the boundaries and just reference the design guidelines.
Okay.
But
and so we're specific. It's really those 6 R20 in the eastern portion of the Main Street area. If they want to be in the district, we're going to include them. But if they do not, they're not going to be in this historic district.
Right,
at
okay.
this
And so
time.
if we don't hear back from them.
Okay.
And we can try to make another effort to reach out.
If we don't hear back from them, we'll automatically exclude them.
Okay,
If we do hear from them that they want to be in it, we'll include,
okay,
okay? So
Okay.
that's more of an opt-in.
right.
But right now, they think they're in, so why would they reach out to us to ask to be put into it?
They think they're in, but you're in contact with all six?
Not all six, no.
Okay. So can we do an outreach to see if anybody wants to be in it? Of
Yes, yes, we can try to.
Of those six? And if they want to be in, we'll include them. If they don't, or if we don't comment,
I mean,
we'll,
I feel like they've all been noticed that they're in it, so if they don't want to be out of it, if they want to be out of it, we would have heard from them by now. We notified them all they're in it.
Yeah, I would
If
still
they're not
follow,
in
yeah.
it, it doesn't affect them.
No.
And if they want to adhere to historic guidelines, and, God bless them, and
I mean, I
thank
don't
you.
care either way you
But-
do it, I just,
we're
I
we're
get what you're
certainly
saying.
you know,
Yes.
removing justice,
Yes.
right? So, but,
I just feel like anybody that wanted to be removed felt strongly about it would have reached out or been here to
Well, they didn't
say.
know they had an option. It's only a half a dozen places I would
Yeah.
reach out again.
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah.
We
I-
can, we'll do an outreach.
So if we leave it open for written comments for 10 days or 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
we're- Okay.
Okay,
We're in
okay, and
good
then
shape.
December 12th, we'll have the resolution if the board would like, resolution for designation and the code amendments.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm confused. When I come back to the podium, you all are talking amongst each other, we're not.
So let me just clarify. So
Yeah.
what, the suggestion is that we close the public hearing, but leave the written record open for 2 weeks for additional comments from anyone who wants to comment, and then the board will formally, everything will be closed, and we'll make a decision.
Now, what the decision is the group of.
Oh, in terms of the residential properties, we have one of the 7 that has already indicated they want to be in. The other 6, which are all on, did you say the
Eastern side of the business
the
district.
eastern side of the business district, we're gonna do an outreach to. Anyone who wants to be in, we'll keep them in, and those we don't hear from or say they don't wanna be in, we're gonna take them out.
Don't hear from them, and
We're gonna take them out unless the board feels otherwise.
And they could be added in at a
So
later
we're
date.
making it an opt-in. You have to wanna be in. If you're a residential property in this in this commercial historic district, you have to wanna be in it. As you say, it adds to your value. Some will want to be in it, others may not, so. I mean, is that the feeling of the board? Or you just wanna say only those who've already contacted
I
us?
just feel like those that have contacted us to opt out are gonna tell us they don't want to be in it.
Tommy John, though, you felt.
They were all notified that they're in it
I
otherwise.
did. Well, I was looking of standards for the for this historic district. And to me, it's a Main Street historic district. And to have a couple of outliers, in my opinion, and I know there are reasons, Julie, I know there are strong reasons for those particular properties to be in. I get it. However, they're residential districts where the other 90 properties in this historic district are some variety of commercial. So that's a standard I was using, and
I agree with
Yeah.
that, but we are gonna outreach to them.
yeah.
And we can go over the pros and cons of being in or out. And certainly if they want to be in, we're in. If they want to be out, they're out. But if we're not able to reach them, I think the default ought to be out.
Right.
I
And
know you're
also,
saying in, but-
sorry.
Kelly,
When
if-
just to
Yeah,
make
go
one
ahead.
point, when I do the notice of public hearing for the code amendments, that will have the boundaries and the properties, so there would be another notice. And we could also send that to these property, like specifically to these 6 property owners.
okay.
So the code amendment, the adoption of the code is going to actually formally establish what specific properties are in.
Well, there's actually going to be 2 so there'll be, right. Well, first, there's going to be a resolution to actually designate the historic district, and then there will be a separate resolution to actually codify that, put it into the code. It doesn't have to be in the code, but I think it's helpful to have it in the code. and have the boundaries in the
All right, so
code.
we're still on this question of the 5 properties, because it's 5. 'Cause there's 7, one has said they want to be in, one who said they didn't want to be in. So there's 5 remaining
5, yeah.
properties. What do we do? Do we take them out? Do we
So you already notified them they're all
default
in.
them
so-
in? Pam, you wanted to speak on this issue? I don't normally do this. I'll give you 30
I agree with
seconds.
Cindy that you've notified all of them, and they have not expressed any desire not to be in it, except for one person. So you have, I would assume that we would have heard from them if they did not or felt strongly about it. But having said that, I wonder, do we know yet what the financial relief might be? In New York City, there were tax abatements if you renovated. There was a J51 tax abatement, which was very significant. Do we know, in other words, can we extend a carrot to these properties by saying that we know that there will be tax relief or other financial help if you have to do certain restorations to the exterior, that we dictate what those would look like?
I mean, it improves their ability to access CPF dollars for historic preservation, but Jim, you're sort of the expert on these tax
Pam,
certiorari types of things.
Jay, if I could, this freezes the assessments for 5 years. If you renovate your home, and then it amortizes for another 5 years, 20%. So you can renovate your home and then not see the increased assessment value for 5 years.
But that would be everybody, right? Or just
Anyone in the district who does a renovation in the district, then it amortizes out. So
Right.
that tax benefit is 10 years.
So all I'm saying is, if you do outreach to see if these few people still want to be in the district or don't want to be in the district, it might behoove us to let them know that if they stayed in and they had to renovate their homes, there could be tax incentives for them or other financial help, because that might be a real carrot.
All right, so, I mean, Ed, because I don't know if they were notified, it probably wasn't registered mail,
It
certified
was, they all
mail.
went out registered.
Was it certified mail?
Yeah.
They did, the public notice
was
was sent to
certified
every,
mail?
they were certified mail, there were a couple that were returned, we couldn't find any forwarding addresses. I have to check and see if any of them were these 5 that we're talking about, though.
All right, so we're down to 5 houses. Can you do that outreach to those 5 homes and just let us know who wants in and who wants out?
Or Julie.
Utilize my staff to do it.
Or
work with
Julie,
them.
somebody has to take on that notification.
Yeah.
We'll work with land management to get it
Right.
done.
Okay, and so then why don't we
think Dave
do
over there
what
volunteering.
we'll make
Yeah,
that
I will help
determination.
you
We
too.
know that Jessica's property's out, we know that one guy is in, and the status of the 5, let's leave open for now, and let's see what kind of information, intel we get after the outreach. So
Now-
2 weeks is enough time?
Sure, yeah. Yeah,
All
let's
right,
see
so I'm gonna make a motion to close the hearing, but leave the written record open for 2 weeks. Okay?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman. I'm sorry?
So thank you.
Oh, no, my pleasure. So, seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. So, we're gonna move on now to.
Thank you, Kelly.
We're gonna move on to public hearing number 8. Our clerk, Cindy Schermeyer, will read the notice.
Public hearing number 8, as it relates to an improvement to
And
the
9.
Bridgehampton Beach Erosion Control District pursuant to Town Law 202-B.
Kathleen, are you looking for both of these to be read and take comments on both of them together? Yes? Yes, please. All right, so Cindy, would you also read public hearing number 9? We'll combine them.
Will be my pleasure. Public hearing number 9, as it relates to an improvement to the Sagaponic Beach Erosion Control District pursuant to Town Law Section 202-B.
Oh, all right, so Kathleen, are you introducing this? All right, Kathleen Murray, Deputy Town Attorney, will introduce this subject.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Good evening, members of the Town Board. So this hearing, as you may know, is focused on renewing the Bridgehampton and Sagaponic Beach Erosion Control District nourishment projects. By way of background, I'll just offer a little bit of legal and procedural overview. As you probably know by now, New York State town law authorizes the town board to create certain special improvement districts or special taxing districts to address particular projects within its jurisdiction. The legislature has identified those special improvement districts that may be formed, and a beach erosion control district is one such district. Specifically, the law allows the town board to create a beach erosion control district so that it may arrest erosion and prevent or alleviate damage from such erosion within the boundaries of the district. With this purpose in mind, and at the request of district property owners, the town board created the Bridgehampton and Sagaponack Beach Erosion Control Districts in 2013, which were devoted to placing approximately 2 million cubic yards of sand, or 1 million cubic yards per district, along roughly 6 miles of contiguous ECD shoreline. Generally speaking, the boundary of the Bridgehampton district includes those oceanfront homes from its western boundary of Flying Point Road to its eastern boundary of Sag Main Beach. The boundary of the Sagaponack ECD, which is within the village of Sagaponack, includes those oceanfront homes from its western boundary of Sag Main Beach to its eastern boundary of Town Line Road. There are approximately 79 taxable parcels in the Bridgehampton ECD and approximately 53 taxable parcels in the Sagaponack ECD. As authorized in 2013, the total cost of the renourishment project for the Bridgehampton ECD was $13,143,350. Of that cost, roughly $12,543,000 was financed through the issuance of bonds, with $600,000 devoted to monitoring and surveying requirements, financed directly through the levying of taxes against the district. Similarly, the total cost of renourishment project for Sagaponack ECD in 2013 was $13,364,500. And of that cost, roughly $12,764,000 was financed through bonding, and again, $600,000 devoted to monitoring and surveying costs, which were financed directly through the levying of taxes. The life of the project and the attendant bond was 10 years, so we are now approaching the end of that 10-year mark. Recognizing that the 10-year mark was approaching, back in January of 2022, and based upon interest expressed from both the Bridgehampton and Sagaponack ECD advisory committees, this board decided to move forward with beginning the next phases of a new 10-year renourishment project. That next phase was realized in Town Board Resolution numbers 251 and 252 of 2022, adopted in February of 2022, authorizing First Coastal Consulting, led by Aram Tuchernian, and Coastal Science Engineering, led by Dr. Tim Khanna, to begin working on a map, plan, and report attendant to a second large renourishment project. That map, plan, and report has been completed and proposes a maximum estimated cost of the improvement, inclusive of interest, to be approximately $13,609,125 for each district. That total cost is realized as $10,500,000 allocated for construction, about $2,284,125 devoted to interest, and approximately $825,000 attributed to the required project monitoring over the life of the project, which again is proposed at 10 years. Just briefly, as it relates to the levying of taxes and the raising of funds, back in 2013, each district chose a different methodology in which to tax themselves. Bridgehampton chose to tax themselves on a benefit basis, with the benefit measured by the linear waterfront footage of each parcel within the district. Sagaponack chose to tax themselves on a benefit basis as well, but with the benefit measured by a combination of the assessed value of a property combined with the linear waterfront footage of the parcel. And just as a note, pursuant to Town Law 202, subsections 4 and 5, that methodology must remain the same. It cannot be changed. Given those details, Aram and Dr. Khanna will speak to you about the specific engineering proposal and details for these districts should you choose to move forward. But first, unless the board has any questions for me at this time, Jeff Lignelli of the Bridgehampton Beach Erosion Control District Advisory Committee is here and would like to say a few words.
All right, bring Jeff up.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jeff Lignelli. I'm one of the founders of the Bridgehampton Erosion Control District. I'm also joined here by David Letterman, Dan Breen, and Marilyn Kirkbright, who are also on our original committee from whenever it was started in 2012. We want to first start off by thanking the supervisor, all the council people, and frankly, the people we work with from the town for the last 10 or 15 years, because we really believe that our project is a tremendous example of a public-private partnership that has been a tremendous success. I think anyone who comes into our area sees how the beaches have really been turned back to what they looked like in the mid-'70s. We have extremely wide beaches, extremely wide new vegetation, tremendous amount of new flora, fauna, and also a lot of animals, plovers and such in our area. And the area is just tremendously beautiful. We've also worked closely with the trustees to have the Mecox management plan, which we also appreciate all the support you guys provided. That area is just tremendous now from an environmental perspective. The salinity is tremendous. And I think working together has been a real big success, which I'm very proud of. We've always had unanimous support amongst the town board because our goal is to always be extremely transparent with everybody and to work closely with the community and to develop win-win projects. So it's hard to believe that it's actually been 10 years since our original project. It's been a wild success given the hard work of Aram Tertunian and Tim Khanna. We won in 2018 the award for the best redoer speech in the country. And we think that everyone working together has been the reason really for the success. So the plan is to go out to bid. We wanted to try to find the most economical price. And Dr. Khanna will talk to you. We think there's an option to start this winter or also in the fall of 2024. And the goal is just to find the most economical way to do the project. And we really appreciate everyone's support. And I guess I'll turn it over to Aram and Dr. Khanna unless anyone has any questions for me regarding resident support.
First, just thank you, Jeff, for putting this together. It's, unusual when property owners tax themselves, particularly to the magnitude that the Bridgehampton and Sagaponic ECDs have. I know that a lot of that sand that you guys placed there, a lot of it stayed, but some of it drifted probably to the west and has helped beaches in Southampton, where we speak, become wider, and even, eventually in, west of the Shinnecock Canal too. So, but it's, other areas have seen federal monies through FIMP and things like that, but your area has not, and you have taken it upon yourselves to rebuild the beach, and that also includes public resource at Scott Cameron Beach, Flying Point Beach, and other areas that the public heavily uses. So, appreciate that. In terms of economy, FIMP, I know one of the biggest costs is the mobilization. So, if there's a way to, if you already have an ocean dredge out there in the area to piggyback that, I think that is helpful. I don't know if that's something that's in the thought process. But the only other thing I'll mention is a lot of the sand's still there, and people may be wondering, like, why do we have to do such a large project when half the sand that was put there 10 years ago still remains? And I know there's reasons for it, but maybe that's something that Aram or Tim will explain.
Sure, they'll be able to explain it. And to your point of the mobilization is extremely important. That's why we want to go out to the dredgers with a number of options to see what matches up with their schedules to get the best economic price for all the residents. We've always been very judicious in making sure we get the best deal. Second is the goal is to have FEMA insurance for our area. We're very proud that we just recently had a few large hurricanes in the region. We've also had some nor'easters, and our beaches have held up beautifully. There's really been almost no damage at all. And what we're really important is that to have the FEMA insurance, you need to keep the design standard over time. And we obviously did a 10-year project. We've always had plans to come back after 10 years to maintain the project. So whenever we do get the next Hurricane Sandy, our region will be able to get significant funding to repair the beaches. And our view as homeowners is we wanted to pay because we believe that environmental preservation of our beautiful area is the most important thing. We all elected to live in this area given the beauty of the environment. We think preserving the environment for future generations is extremely important, and we believe we've accomplished that goal in our area.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Any other questions for Jeff?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Khan?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen. I haven't met all of you before, but it's always a great pleasure to be up here because this project has been one of the best projects that we've ever built to restore a beach. We've done about 55 in the last 30 years or so.
Could you just state your name and?
Yes, I'm sorry.
For
For the record, my name is Tim Kana. I'm former president of Coastal Science and Engineering. I'm now referred to as the principal emeritus. I've turned over the presidency to one of my rising stars, and I have my second rising star with me today that I want to introduce to you, Dr. Patrick Barano. But without further ado, I'd like to go ahead and start a few slides here to help some of you who may not be familiar with the nourishment process and how we monitor. Charles, can you turn us on in the back there?
I don't have it. I don't have the PowerPoint.
I think we have it in.
You have it in your, well, great. We can do it that way. If
We do have it, but it'd be nice if the audience could see it too.
I'm sorry for the audience there.
Some of it is up here.
Sure, so actually,
hold it up and I'll see
that one right there on the left is the first slide I was going to say.
Do you have a copy of it?
I have a copy.
If you
right
hold
here.
it up page
Give
by
it to
page,
Charles.
I don't know how steady you
Oh, I
can
don't know if
hold
he
it.
can do it from right there.
Charlie, is that something you can do if he holds it?
Yours is black and white though, right? You have a black
Yeah,
and white version?
mine's black and white and marked up.
Yeah, I'll switch with you. You can take mine.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, what we want to do is just talk to everybody about why nourish. Think of nourishment as an injection of sand onto the beach. Sand is the lifeblood of our beaches, and when we don't have enough, we put ourselves at risk. Not enough sand on the beach profile extending out into the water means that our dunes are vulnerable to erosion, our houses and property are vulnerable. And so if you look at the lower left-hand photograph here on that poster, you'll see that conditions were not very good on the beach in 2012, right after Hurricane Sandy. And, you know, not every part of the beach is eroding like that, but the point is, if there are any places that are eroding like that, it means problems for everybody. Having access to the beach, it lowers your property values and so forth. So when we place more sand on the beach, what we're trying to do is infuse inject that sand, add to the sand budget of the beach. Think of the sand of the beach and your sand budget like your accounting. When your account is depleted, you need to add more money to your account. So the first purpose of the nourishment project was simply to add that supply of sand on the beach and get it up to a level where it could withstand storms. The second thing that we had going for us is that FEMA has a program, Category G Restoration Funds, and they expect a community like you to, if they're going to nourish, it has to be an engineered beach, it has to be designed with some longevity associated with it. We designed your project to last 10 years, and at the end of 10 years, have more sand than you had before, because we don't want to be back to the condition in Sandy. We still want to have more sand than we had before. And so we use kind of a 50% threshold. If you look at the next page on your handout, we've been tracking with this monitoring that we do, how much sand is left each year. And just a quick look at that table will show you that for about 6 years, we had more than 100% of the sand that we placed left on the beach. Now, how could we have more than we put on the beach afterwards? Well, one reason for that is because of the timing with Hurricane Sandy. Some sand had gone off so far offshore that it came in and it helped improve the longevity of your project. So we were doing really well. We were ahead of schedule for the first 6 years. But then if you look at the last 3 years, you see that the percentage remaining in both of the BECDs has declined. We're at 50% or so in Sagaponack as of a year ago. We're about 70 some odd percent in Bridgehampton as a year ago. So we're trending downward. Let me just show you what that means. The way we track sand, let me get to the right page here. Let's look at this next one, which is similar to the first slide I showed you. But what we want to highlight here is the dune and how we measure the quantity of sand on the beach. Think of the beach, again, as a sandbox. And we're concerned about how much sand is in front of people's houses, how much is in the dune. And so we have a wedge of sand up there on the top. Think of that like the tip of an iceberg. You know, most of the iceberg is underwater, but the part that's important that you see above water is analogous to your dune. So we measure the quantity of sand that goes into the dune area, but then we add to it the quantity that you can actually see, the recreational part of the beach, down to, say, low tide wading depth. When you walk out and you're in waist deep water, we measure out to that depth of water. That's the second part. The third part, we go out to the bar, 1,000 feet offshore, where there's an offshore bar that most of you are familiar with, where there's big storm waves break. We measure out to there, and that's our FEMA reference depth. And then we go even further than that, out to 30-foot depth of water. That encompasses all of the littoral zone for the beach. That's our sandbox. So let's quickly go to the next page. And, sorry, I'm turned around here. The next page is going to look a little bit busy at first, but what I'm going to show you here is a set of graphs that quantify how much sand is in each of those zones that we just talked about. So just look at the one that has a box around it. That's the quantity of sand that accumulated just in the dune, the highest part of the profile. We did not build a dune in 2013 for the project. We let nature build the dune. And the way we can tell it built up is we look at that bar going up. That's the quantity of sand coming in. Put in simple terms, you gained about 1.5 truckloads worth of sand for every linear foot of beach along the project between 2013 and today. That's pretty darn great. You didn't have to pay for that sand to be hauled in. Nature did it by blowing sand off the wide beach that we had after the project. And the same thing happened, this is in Sagaponack, the same exact thing happened in Bridgehampton. And remember, for all beaches, the best protection is wide beaches, healthy high dunes, and good setbacks of property. Now, most properties here, all along the ocean front, are not going to just move back if the sea comes in closer. But what we can do with nourishment is effectively move the ocean away from houses. So we're increasing the setback of properties and at the same time allowing the dunes to build higher because we have more sand in the system, and then we're providing much more protection. So the other thing I wanted to show you real closely, look at the very last set of bars in each of them, either Bridgehampton or Sagaponack. And what do you notice about the trend there? It's not going up, 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 like the left-hand set of bars in the dune. It's actually going down. What that is telling us is that the sandbox is being depleted. Less sand is in the system, much less sand is in the system, and further, much less sand is in the offshore area, the part that we can't see. We can measure it, but we can't see it with our eyes. So that's how we explain that you can have a situation of good, healthy dunes, a fairly healthy looking beach at the moment, but we don't have the underwater reservoir of sand to replenish the beach if a storm comes along. You all are familiar with the beach cycle. A storm comes in, where does the sand go? A lot of it goes offshore, right? Some of it washes over the dune and the dune road, but most of it goes offshore. And it's that offshore sand that is so important to restore the profile afterwards. And what these surveys have been showing us the last 2 years is that the quantity of sand that we have immediately offshore between the low tide mark and the outer bar has diminished to the point where we just don't have that nice reservoir of sand to rebuild during a storm. So that's the concern, and that's what triggers the action that we're trying to implement. I'm sorry, when these things are printed on both sides, it messes up where I am going, so. All right, we should be on the one that looks like this. All right. It's got the mug shots of us in there. Yes, we're very proud of this project because it's performed better than we expected from the standpoint of the sand quality, the look of the beach, how long it stayed where we placed it, and so on and so forth. And it was quite a cost-effective project in the long run. So as Kathleen and Jeff said, we did manage to win one of the prestigious awards from the ASBPA. What I'd like to do now is just turn it over to Patrick to give you some other technical details of what's going on with the proposed project, where we're going to get the new sand, how we're going to go out to bids with it, and so on. So, Patrick.
Thanks, Tim. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Patrick Barano. I'm a vice president at Coastal Science and Engineering, and I'm serving as project manager for this effort. So moving right along from Tim's show and tell, we've got building on the success of the last project. So it performed quite well. We found that the sand quality was not only a good match for the native beach, it was pretty much a perfect match. I'm a geologist by training. I've seen a lot of sand on a lot of beaches. It was about as good as it gets, honestly, in statistical measures. That's why people couldn't tell the difference between before and after the project in terms of the sand quality, right? And we expect to use a very similar borrow area this time. I'll show you in just a second here. So we expect the same sand quality all over again. The volumes and placement scheme were adequate to hold that volume in place for at least 6 or 7 years above the 100% mark. 10 years later, we're just now starting to flirt with the 50% limit, which is when it's time to start planning for the next effort. So here we are. It actually performed just like we thought it would when we initially wrote a feasibility report 10, 15 years ago. In doing that, it's maintained a very wide protective beach, a very robust, tall, continuous dune. That's why there are multiple hurricane impacts, multiple nor'easter impacts this year, 10 years after the project, that still offered storm protection that Mr. Lignelli talked about just a moment ago. It's quite impressive for a nourishment on the North Atlantic Ocean. And in doing so, we've been able to accommodate kind of natural variations in beach width and dune height over time, which is why we were able to take multiple hits right on the nose in the past 12 months and really have no damage to report, which is pretty remarkable 10 years after a project. In doing so, it increases the property values and thus the tax base for the community, which we've documented. I believe ARM has in a report as well. So how do we do it, right, if we're going to be replicating the effort from last time? So our basic approach is to calculate the annualized erosion rates. So it's a little bit difficult to see probably on the screen, but on your slides, you see that we estimate the annualized erosion rate to be about 3 to 5 cubic yards per foot per year. To normal humans, that doesn't really mean a lot, but a cubic yard per foot equals about 1.5 feet of horizontal movement in the high water line. So if you have an addition of 1 cubic yard per foot, sea level goes out seaward about 1.5 feet horizontally. We used a number of methods to actually determine that. Since about 2012, 2013, we've been using in situ surveys annually to really measure it and nail it down, not just sort of shoreline movements over time. Once we have that annualized erosion rate, then we use a safety factor to essentially provide excess fill. So Tim was talking about your sand budget and how 3 to 5 cubic yards a foot per year, if that's your annual erosion rate, that means you can bet on that coming out of the system each year. So if you place, say, 10 cubic yards per foot per year over the course of 10 years, so 100 cubic yards per foot in one project, well, then you're gaining about 5 cubic yards per foot per year, which is exactly what we've seen here. So the next step is the sand, right? We have to go out and get the glorious sand that's offshore here. So we have 3 separate borrow areas that are laid out in the same general area of the near shore as we judged last time. These are oriented along shore, so it's a very long, skinny borrow area, and in doing that, you're never more than about a mile from the borrow area on the beach, which helps deliver cost savings whenever a dredger is looking at this for their bid package. The closer you are, the cheaper, effectively. This time around, here's a sample. You can see it in your own color packets on slide number 10. Beautiful, clean beach sand all the way to 10.5 feet below grade. We're proposing to dredge up to a depth of 10 foot. So it's going to be a great match, and that's what this graphic right here shows you. The red dashed line is a composite value of all the sand across that entire borrow area. It's like 1,200 acres. It's a massive borrow area in total that we actually surveyed, and the curves are absolutely plotted right over one another. So it's a great match. It's about as good as it gets.
Before we move on from that slide, just put it back up.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know that Charlie had a chance to zoom in on that.
Oh, no, sorry. Here you go.
Charlie, can you come in on, yeah.
So here we have an actual photo of a sample. It's located right there off the eastern end of Mecox. And here's the composite values of all of the samples that we collected over the native beach sand. And you can see where the curves overlap quite a bit, which indicates just statistically it's a very close match to the beach sand.
Okay, I think we got it.
Sure. So our project is going to run from Flying Point Road over in the west, over to Town Line Road over in the east, across Bridgehampton and Sagaponack. We have these 3 borrow areas laid out. Again, they're arranged to provide the shortest pump distance possible, just to save money, essentially. And the volumes that you see on the bottom of this slide here are the maximum permitted volumes that we've asked from the state and the Army Corps of Engineers. So drilling down a little bit further into the project specs on the next slide, our permit allowed maximum volume is about 2.3 million cubic yards. That's at the upper end of what we would expect to be able to place. After discussing with the town, the budget allowed maximum volume is what we're calling it, is about 1.5 million yards, 1,527,164 cubic yards, excuse me. The project length is the exact same as last time, 29,751 feet. And we have these 3 borrow areas. There's a lot of detail in there. Collectively, it's 800 acres, which yields us about 12 million cubic yards of sand, which means we could build this exact same project another 3 times after this event. So that's 30 years of insurance on all those homefront or all those beachfront properties. So there's a whole lot of sand out there to work with. It all seems to be quite high quality. That's not going to be the problem here at all. What we do want to plan for on the next slide is the bid structure, is how the contractors are going to create their price estimates for the work. So what we are going to do is offer 2 project windows, one this winter, one next late year, fall into the winter, and 3 different volumes that they can place. What we found in a lot of locations is offering that sort of flexibility to a contractor allows them to sort of explore their own logistics and see what works best for them for building the project. In this case, we still have 50% or more of the sand that was placed back in 2013, 2014 on the beach. So the beach is in great shape, but it is time based on that FEMA limit to re-nourish it. We have the sand out there. It's very high quality sand. So we want to make sure that the contractors give us the best deal possible. We've seen in other locations where whenever you give them multiple project windows in particular, it can save $10 million on a project. It can really make a huge difference in your overall project budget. So we're going to try to give them as much flexibility as possible. Next up, we've got Aram Tertunian to outline the permitting process, which I believe is our final content slide of the evening. So, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Aaron Tertunian, First Coastal, West Hampton Beach, New York. My pleasure to come in front of the board to talk to you about this terrific project. We're dealing with 3 different permitting levels, federal, state, and local. The permits are in various stages of being issued. We have permits from the Office of General Services. Public notice is out for coastal management. We expect that to be completed this month. And the other permits are with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We also have locally the Southampton Town Trustees, and of course our own town permit under coastal erosion, which is required. So all of those are in process, and we expect to complete that permitting process by January 24.
Hold on. Charlie, can we get a close-up of what Aram is holding? Okay, perfect.
Great. And of course, all of us are available to answer any questions that you may have. Just, close by saying that, beach nourishment is a proven technology. It's used, throughout the United States. This happens to be one of the most special projects, I think, ever built. And this is, it's working simply because we follow very simple rules. We found sand that matches the native sand. We're placing it in a way on the beach that nature arranges it. And, that's how we develop what we call natural or nature-based projects. And this is a tremendous example of coastal resiliency in the face of sea level rise and storm effects. And I can also tell you, just for the board's information, Dr. Khanna and his crew have been working with me. I've been working with Ryan Murphy in public safety, and the town had applied for disaster assistance from the January 23 storms, and Dr. Khanna's group has recently finished the survey on that work, and those numbers are being reduced and come up with a number of cubic yards of sand lost due to those storms, which then becomes eligible for FEMA reimbursement, because this is a municipal project.
Yeah, so let me drill down a little on that too, and the cost. So your design specs are beyond the original scope that was done roughly 10 years ago, right? So now it's gonna, after this project, it'll be even bigger than it had been when the project was finished 10 years ago? Is that correct? Because you're basically, you have half the sand still there, and you're adding a similar volume as you originally did.
Yeah, well, we're adding about 1.5 million. Our original volume was about 2.5.
Okay.
And so we're at 1.25 per
All right, so it is
property, so
less
very
sand.
close. So we're going to add yes, it is less.
It is less, so
It
you're
is
gonna
less.
end up with a beach that is similar to what you had 10 years ago.
That's correct.
Not substantially larger than
Not
that.
substantially larger.
Okay, I think that's an important point. In terms of costs, I know mobilization's a big cost, but, interest rates affect the cost, petroleum, the cost of gasoline at the time that you're doing it, and those kinds of things. Is this the right time to be doing the project, in your mind?
Well, obviously this is going to be bonded, so bond rates are important. As you said, petroleum costs, steel costs, labor costs, all those come in. That's why, as Patrick was describing, we want to lay out several scenarios for the dredging companies to evaluate and let them make the best judgment. I think that's how the town gets the best pricing for the residents.
Is it there's an ocean dredge heading out to Montauk next year, right?
There's an ocean dredge, yes, heading out next year, right? They're starting in Fire Island next month in November, and hopefully we'll be headed to downtown Montauk. That particular dredge is a hopper dredge, and the dredge that we likely would see used on this site would be a cutter head dredge, because as Patrick was telling you, our sources of sand are so close. Using a cutter head dredge, although more expensive to mobilize, is much cheaper per cubic yard. And that's why we want the dredge companies to tell us, what equipment do you want to use? When do you want to use it? How do you want to deploy it? We don't want to give them, we just want to say, move this sand from here to here.
So you can't jump on that other contract?
No, and they don't have, that company who's doing it, which is Great Lakes Dredge and Dock, has a lot of different dredges. In fact, one of their dredges just lost a contract in Fire Island Inlet, and they may decide that they want to put that dredge to work. And that's why we want to give them the flexibility to do that.
Okay, and then the money that you're getting back, or hopefully gonna get back from that one storm, I forget the name of it, was it?
Elliott.
Which one?
Elliott.
Elliott? So that qualified as a federal disaster?
That's correct.
And so because you had engineered the beach and you had all the accurate profiles, you were able to put in for reimbursement? Are you getting that money?
Well, we are eligible, and now we have to prove how much sand was lost as a result of that storm. That's what Patrick is going to be doing the next 30 days, and preparing a report that will be sent through Ryan Murphy's office to New York State and FEMA for the reimbursement.
So
And
if that money comes through, then you won't have to borrow as much for this project, correct?
well, depending on what the pricing comes in when we put it to bid.
Okay.
know.
So it's possible, but that money, if it happens, will be added to offset the costs of this project?
That's correct.
All right. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, could you go over the timeline of the work? When's
So
this going to happen?
A job like this typically takes about 3 months.
Okay.
Our environmental windows are October to March 31 of any given year. And so it's certainly feasible that the dredge companies could execute this coming spring if they so desire, and it's cost effective to us. Alternatively, if it looks like it'll be more cost effective to begin in October of '24, then that's what we would recommend to the board.
Okay.
Kathleen, can I ask you a question, just procedurally? So, I know
Thanks, Aaron.
when we established the ECDs, there was a voting, so now, this is now just a board decision to keep, because the ECD is already established.
Correct. So the voting was in conjunction with the establishment of the ECD and the increase in the maximum amount proposed to be expended in the improvement at that time. Now that the district is already formed, you're proceeding under Town Law 202B, which you might be familiar with when you do your Hampton-based Water District improvements, your Southampton Ambulance District improvements. And under that statute, it's just a vote of this town board. There's no opportunity for the residents to vote. And there's no comptroller approval is not required, no referendum.
Was there public notification?
Yes, we did mail to every property owner within each district at the address at which they're supposed to receive their tax bill, a notice of the public hearing. So
In terms of tax implications, I guess we're at the last year of the 10-year, we did a 10-year bond initially?
yes.
And so that's done. So if this project wasn't done at this point, the taxes would go down by that point.
Yes,
But then there'd be no money to rebuild the beach.
correct.
Right. So the idea here is sort of a steady state. Okay.
As proposed by your advisory committees, your ECD advisory committees.
Okay, and this project, in terms of the tax implication as proposed, would be relatively steady?
Well, steady, yes. I mean, Sagaponic is a combination of assessed values and linear footage, so that assessed value is going to fluctuate, or could fluctuate arguably, over the course of 10 years versus Bridgehampton, where it's just linear footage, so that's going to be more of a steady cost, if that answers your
The
question.
scale of the project is sort of in line with what they've been paying in the past?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, it's a little bit more. The monitoring costs, I believe, are a little bit more. The monitoring costs were $600,000 for the first 10-year project. Now they're $825,000. And the monitoring costs cannot be part of that bond. Operation and maintenance costs cannot be bonded, so that's just assessed separately.
The original ECD had a town contribution through, I think, the Parks District, which I don't think that fund has anything left. It's basically that $1.5 million that I think was applied to the original ECDs. I think the current proposal, even though the town owns quite a bit of land, I don't believe there's any town contribution toward this?
Not yet, not as proposed.
all right.
You're correct. In 2013, the town board used your park reserve funds, which are subdivision fee monies, Park Reserve number 7 and 8, for a total of $1.5 million, which the state comptroller said we could attribute to the beach because that was deemed recreation. So that did help defray the costs.
Okay. All right, thank you, Kathleen. All right, so I want to get to the public now, and I do have some cards here, and there may be some people online as well. So I want to start with Andrea O'Halloran. Thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long evening.
That's okay. Tom and I live at 139 Dune Road, and I don't know if people are aware, most of the homeowners on the oceanfront already contribute. I see First Coastal is here, and we put up a dune fence. Almost everyone has a dune fence, and you said dune is an important part of preservation. And so we're already contributing to that and maintaining the beaches for the public. What I'm concerned about this board, this ECP, and that the homeowners really don't have a lot of control. I don't think this should automatically renew this organization, and I want to talk about that. I also want to know who's watching the money that comes back from, can I ask that question first, from the federal government? You were asking about that, the FEMA refund. Who watches that? Is that the controller?
Controller's office.
Okay,
yeah.
excellent. So really, I think the most important thing, what I really want to talk about when I talk about the beach coastal erosion is, first I said that homeowners are, or each homeowner is already contributing. Each time we pay First Coastal $1,000 every few years, because then those fences, they sink, we're already contributing. So over a decade, you might already be spending $5,000 on dune preservation if you live on the ocean. And so I think that's important to be noted. We're already making a contribution in addition to our taxes. But I think what I really want to say, and what my husband wanted to say also, is who pays for this process? Who pays should really reflect usage, not merely adjacent ownership. All beach funds are adjacent to public beaches. And we need to realize that beautiful beaches like Mecox and Cameron, those are public beaches, hot water, incredible facilities. You can take a warm shower. You have bathing, other facilities for your convenience. And every time you go to those beaches, those garbage pails are overflowing. What I'm saying is the public is using these beaches to an extreme. They're putting a great strain on these beaches, and they're not being charged enough. I don't see why all the homeowners should have to pick up the bill. The other thing that's a huge problem, and this would be a way to raise money, and I think Cape Cod does this, non-permanent residents pay more for beach usage. I think that residents who drive to the beach should actually pay a little bit more to use the beach. I think your day passes, I don't want to say day tripper, but your daily visitors, sometimes you see, because I walk 5 miles a day, I'm always on the beach, and I'm with all my neighbors. And in fact, I've been on the phone with most of my neighbors who couldn't make it. There's only 10 of us who live from Mecox to Cameron. And so far, everyone we've spoken to is in agreement, and they've actually given me some ideas here. So a lot of this is stream of consciousness, but I'll try to stay organized. I think when you go to the parking lot and you see these these garbage pails overflowing, and you see 5 and 6 people getting out of a car with 4 and 5 dogs, you have to realize there's a tremendous strain on the beach coming from people who do not live on the beach. So the fees need to go up, and if you start figuring out how many people go to the beach in season, and you start raising that, you can probably save or collect a lot more money, and you can put it towards this erosion fund. I think it would be extremely helpful. One solution would actually be an erosion usage tax. I don't know what you would call it, but you would put it on everyone who drives to the beach, and you're going to encourage better activity. More people will ride their bikes to the beach or take their mopeds. You also see a lot of that now, but I think we should start to encourage that. And I think it's really important to realize too that we have a lot of dogs using. Now, I'm a dog lover and I have a dog, but we have a huge problem on this stretch, and going all the way down to Sag, Maine as well. The excrement is everywhere, and it's got to have this has to be having a negative impact on the beach, and you only have it cleaned up at the shoreline. I can go down 5 and 6 days later, and I see people running into the dunes with their dogs, and I follow them sometimes. I do it a lot with two of my neighbors. They go to the parking lot and they drive away. I've many times have asked people, please clean up after your dog. And they think it's a dog park and they don't want to clean up after the dog. So I propose as another way to make money, I think there should be a special tag if you want to bring your dog to the beach. They're supposed to leash their dogs. They do not. Most dogs remain unleashed. I think it can be very simple. It's not going to be a bureaucratic nightmare. They go online, credit card, register their dog, buy a pass. It's not going to be a headache for the Bay Constable. But I don't bring my own dog on the beach, and I live right there, right in the middle of the street. But I think money could be $250 if you want to bring a dog to the beach. I cannot tell you how many times I have seen people get out, multiple people, 5 and 6 people, and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 dogs, and make a mess, and they're gone. So this is something that we need to think about. I don't know how.
You're gonna need to sort of wrap up.
I could ask the scientists what the impact of off-road vehicles is. That's another thing. We have a lot of off-road. How does that impact the beach? All the heavy off-road vehicles riding up and down the beach, because some of them go up into the dunes. Is it great for the beach?
Just,
Yeah,
you can
this is
just,
public.
you
Okay.
gotta have to just address us.
Okay, well, I think it's important to address the off-road vehicles, and I don't think that the fishermen with fishing licenses should be charged more. But I do think people that are driving on the beach, many of whom are driving recklessly and irresponsibly, and people arresting, and they're taking a rest maybe, and they have to jump up. But I do think it's really important, that's a third way or a third solution to raise more money. I think that there should be a charge or an additional charge for off-road vehicles.
6 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, I have another card here. Marilyn Kirkbright. You okay, Marilyn?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love dogs on the beach.
Ma'am, you're going to have to come up and.
That's it.
Okay, all right, we're gonna go, is there anyone else in, at Town Hall who wanted to be heard, did not fill out a card? All right, we're gonna go online, so if you're watching remotely and wish to be heard at this, public hearing 8 or 9, now is the time to click the raise hand icon. And we do have one person that we're bringing on.
And my computer was rebooting to this mode. Am I on now?
Half of you, from the nose up, yeah. You might want to adjust your camera a little bit. There you go.
I'm Lloyd Goldman. And my wife is here next to me. We have a home on Mid-Ocean. And I have a couple of comments. You know, you keep saying the life of the project is 10 years. Shouldn't it be based on the condition of the beach? So, we saw that the beach actually increased for the first 6 years. If at the end of 10 years, the condition of the beach is in good shape, why would the life of the project be over an automatic renewal? I don't understand that. Additionally, a previous owner stated we all maintain the dune. I have a specific issue about, I have maintained the dune. First Coastal knows I do the dune fencing regularly. We've done vegetation not in about 8 years because the vegetation on our dune is very healthy. But recently I replaced solar panels, and the town has told me I have to remove geotubes that were placed there 10 years ago, which would mean bringing heavy equipment onto the dune and beach to tear apart a dune that's healthy. And they listed that as a violation of me putting solar panels on, which was done properly, permitted and everything. And I know I'm not the only one who's done geotubes back then, geocubes. Another thing, if this project isn't done this year, will the charges for continuation be commenced this year? So one of the options was shown that it was being shown to the bidders to be placed this year or next year. I mean, arguably, if it's not done for a year, you shouldn't be starting the charges now. And it sounds like there's only one bidder being considered, and that's Great Lakes. Are there other bidders for this project, or are we only relying on one bidder? And then the other item, which follows up on the prior speaker, was, the income that the town gets from, there's several roads that don't have parking lots, where the town must be collecting quite a bit in parking tickets. Shouldn't that be going towards the beach fees? I know at the end of Ocean Road, when I come out of mid-ocean in the summer, there are 20, 30 or more cars, and more than half of them or 3/4 have parking tickets. So,
All right, Lloyd, what I'd like to do is ask the number of questions that are technical related to the project or the timing of the project. I'd like to get those questions answered for you. So one had to do with the life of the project. One has to do with when do the charges start if the project is delayed, the number of other bidders besides Great Lakes, and then I will take the beach fee question separately in terms of the parking violations. And I don't think we're gonna get into your issue with the solar panels and the geocubes. We'll leave that to zoning board, or others involved in enforcement. So let's, Aram, or who wants to answer this? I'm sorry, your name again?
Sure. Patrick.
All right, Patrick,
Doctor.
Dr. Patrick. Yes.
Last name?
Barano.
Barano, okay.
Yes.
So let's see if we can answer Mr. Goldman's questions.
Sure, I think I can, yes. So as far as the project lifetime language, that's based on the nourishment plan that was published before the initial project. FEMA Category G funds are contingent on a community establishing certain triggers for renourishment. And in this case, the trigger for renourishment is when 50% of the project volume is no longer in place. So very, very simply put, that's why. That's why we're not waiting until we're down lower.
You're there in Sagaponack, not quite at 50% in Bridgehampton, getting there.
That's right, that's correct.
But it could be one storm that puts you.
It could be one storm, yes. We still have to actually analyze the data that was collected 2 weeks ago as well. It may actually be pretty close to 50% at this point. We actually have to check.
Okay, so that's the life of project. In terms of other bidders?
Yeah, so we fully expect multiple bidders in this case. There's at least 3 or 4 different dredging contractors that are active up and down the East Coast that would be able to complete the work.
Okay, so in terms of and this may be a better question for the controller, for Kathleen, but in terms of if we move forward, but the work doesn't begin for a year and a half, will the tax will they start paying for it in the next tax cycle?
Well, I won't answer that question, but I will answer the question. It's all predicted to happen next year in 2024. Whether we begin in January or begin in October, it's still in 2024.
It's still 2024, so we need to have the money in 2024 available. Kathleen, is that what you're going to say?
Yes, and just remember, legally, we are not allowed to go out to bid unless we have the money to go out to bid, right? So if you don't approve this project moving forward, we won't be going out to bid. And whether or not the team decides that it's more cost effective to do it immediately or a year from now, that cannot happen unless you authorize this project to move forward. So there has to be, money available to do so. And just from a legal perspective, when I talk about the life of the project, it's because your bond is 10 years. So that's also the life of the bond. So there's 2 aspects when we're talking about the life of the project.
And so let me try to answer your question on beach fees and using them to rebuild the beaches. So we have a lot of parks in the town of Southampton, we provide lifeguard services, we rebuild the buildings, we maintain parking areas, we pay utility bills, a lot of staffing costs. So what ends up happening is the fees that we charge, including the ticketing, I don't even think it even covers the cost of running the parks. I don't believe there's anything left over that we could use then to rebuild the beach. So, you know, salaries and everything, and benefits and everything else, there really isn't a surplus of funds that we could use for that. At one point, we did have some money from subdivisions that had built up, that we were able to use when the original project happened, but we don't have those funds available now. So Lloyd, did we answer the bulk of your questions?
I mean, yeah, you've answered the bulk. It sounds like if we're paying now and the project's not started for a year, the year we won't be paying be in the next cycle. If in fact the beach is all deteriorating. And if you're gonna approve this now and you don't receive the money from FEMA, because you're approving it now to do the bidding, and the money from FEMA comes in 3 months or 6 months, 9 months from now, how does that get applied to for what the homeowner's already paying?
All right, so the question, and I don't know how much was requested, but it could be significant amount of money.
Right. And that money would be used to pay down the debt service. And the notice of hearing that went out and the numbers that we're talking about by statute have to be the maximum amount proposed to be expended. It could be less, and hopefully it will be less if you get that FEMA reimbursement. And again, those monies would be used to pay down the debt
So let's
service.
say you, just hypothetically, you borrow $13 million, you owe the $13 million now, you're paying it over 10 years, and we suddenly get now $3 million comes in FEMA reimbursement. Wouldn't at that point the taxes in the following year go down?
Correct. We would reserve the $3 million and then appropriate
This
over
is
the
the-
life of the bond. So if it's 5 years remaining, then when we divide the $3 million and offset that with, not collect taxes via tax bills, but use that FEMA money to pay the debt service.
So we'd stretch it out over the life,
Correct.
the remaining years of the
Correct.
bond and lower the taxes.
Correct, and we
by
could
that
apply
amount.
that if there's more money, then also, remember, the monitoring costs are not bonded for, so we could also offset that for the yearly annual cost of monitoring the beaches, which is, I think, $85,000 annually per ECD.
Okay, Lloyd, does that answer that question?
Well, we're paying for the annual cost, or is the town paying for that? Or the homeowner?
No, the
That's built into the yearly fee.
correct.
Right, so you would, when you said you'd be using that for that, but in essence, you'd be reducing our charges either annual basis or in a one lump year or something.
It would be the same effect in terms of lowering your taxes.
Correct.
Whether it's being used to pay the debt service or being used to pay another expense that's built into your tax rate.
Correct.
So it's gonna be the same.
All right, thank you, except for not addressing the GO cubes. but-
I can't, I mean, that's a.
I think they know.
There's probably a mechanism by which you can seek relief for leaving them there. I mean, you probably have. So.
Yeah, I asked Aram and Billy and then the town says, okay, we'll approve your solar panels, but they still keep it on record that this is a problem.
It's likely when you did the GEO cubes that there was an agreement at that time that they'd be removed after a certain amount of time. And when you went in for the solar panels, they noticed that they hadn't been removed and they were just doing their job. But if there's a way to leave them there and not disturb the dune, I'm sure you've got very capable advisors.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll figure it out.
Please consult a number of our highly qualified local attorneys for questions on these matters.
Yes, I have, and I pay them regularly for it, but the town doesn't remove it from record, and no one wants these tubes removed or cubes removed because it'll destroy the dune.
Right, well, in light of the significant beach in front of them, I don't know the purpose of removing them, but that's up to the, I guess, the zoning board to make
Yeah.
that decision.
They should just come off the town record as not.
There's a way to get that relief, and your lawyers and
Legal
coastal
advice.
engineers can advise you, Lloyd. I can't. So, all right? All right, very good.
Thank
All right, all right, sir, do you want to speak?
Very, very quickly.
Leatherman. David Leatherman. David Leatherman.
I've been living on Surfside Drive 38 years.
You're gonna have to identify, I just said your name.
My name's David Letterman. I live on Surfside Drive. I've been living on Surfside Drive 38 years. I'm not going to address poop on the beach because that has nothing to do with our beach restoration project. I can assure you, first of all, it's my assumption, and was told by Mr. Schneiderman, that if we don't do this project and we don't put it in the budget, that we wouldn't be able to do it because of the 5% tax cap. I believe that to be correct. So if we don't do this, if we don't do the tax this year, the next year's taxes would prevent us from doing a.
Let me clarify
Okay.
that. You're not entirely inaccurate. So if this would drop off your tax bill and there'd be a 1 year, let's say, wait, and it would come back, putting it back would certainly pierce the cap, the New York State cap.
Okay.
It could still be done. There would be have to be a vote of this body, which is not guaranteed, to pierce the cap to do it.
Right.
It's likely the body voted to pierce the cap for the original project, because I can't see how that was done
Right.
without. So, I can't forecast what the board would do at that time. I won't be on it. I'm in my last 2 months.
Right, so that makes it a wild
But
card.
it doesn't mean it couldn't happen. I just wanted to clarify. But it would require that extra procedural step of a vote to pierce the cap.
My last comment is, 10 years ago, when I came in front of this board, they showed a picture of the beach. I can assure, after living on the beach for 38 years, I can assure you that if we don't do this beach restoration project, renourishment project, that the sand that's in Sagaponack has no more sand to give us, okay? That's basically the story. And we all know that the sand moves from east to west and nourishes our dunes, okay? So if Sagaponack has no real sand left to give us, I can assure you that the dunes that have established in front of my house will disappear. I can't guarantee it, I can almost guarantee it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sir? Just start by identifying yourself.
My name is John Vallone at 770 Hamilton Avenue, West Hampton Beach, New York. To Town Councilman, Mr. J. Schneiderman, Deputy Supervisor Frank Sapone, and members of the Town Council, good evening. Tonight, just want to thank the members of the Town Council for their vote of confidence to rename and dedicate the Riverside Head Start building
All right,
after.
hold on a second. We're still in the public hearing on the ECD. I thought
Oh.
that you were speaking on that.
Okay.
You're gonna speak in public portion, you're just gonna have to wait
Okay.
another
You get an
couple
extra
minutes.
20 seconds.
And you can skip all the things.
You were doing really well until you mentioned the Head Start building. Okay, so we're still in the middle of public hearing number 8 and 9, hopefully not in the middle, hopefully at the end. Is there anyone else at Town Hall who wanted to speak? Is there anyone else online who wants to speak?
No hands.
All right, Kathleen, what, are we able to close this, or do we have to leave it open for any reason?
You can close it. You can close it. I would recommend a written comment period, depending on what kind of input you received tonight, I was going to recommend another public hearing, but, that's entirely up to the board, whether or not you want to have another public hearing, or whether or not you want to close it. Yeah. I would recommend closing it with a 10-day written comment period if you're inclined to do so. And then, just procedurally, on November 14th, which is your next regularly scheduled town board meeting, what you would see before you is a resolution for your consideration, approving the project, and finding that it's in the public interest to approve the project. And that, again, is just a simple majority of this board. And thereafter, then there would be a bond resolution, if that
So the
resolution
timing
passes.
was, because we're, in the midst of approving the budget and
Right.
the tax levy. And
Yes.
it affects the special districts, as
It
was
does,
mentioned
and
earlier.
the tax receiver needs time.
So I think that the board should make the decision before finalizing the budget, so.
Yes.
So I think if we close it, I think I'm okay with leaving the written record open for 2 weeks.
Yes.
And then in 2 weeks from now, making the final decision here.
Right.
Okay?
And just, you'll see a resolution later today for your consideration with the town board deeming itself lead agency for secret purposes. And so then, obviously, before we take any action on the 14th, you'll also see a resolution addressing the secret, which will likely
Okay.
be a neg deck.
Excellent. So I will make the motion I just mentioned to close the hearing, but leave the written record open for 2 weeks.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, you're gonna need to vote on the
Oh, yeah,
motion.
we have to do this twice, because we have, so can we say that was for number 8?
Yes.
Is that okay, Cindy?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll make the same motion, same second,
Same second.
on public hearing number 9, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so 8 and 9 are both closed, but the written record is open for 2 weeks. All right, and I thank everybody for your patience. If you're leaving, try to do so quietly. We're not done here. The board has a public portion, and after public portion, we do have resolutions to approve. All right. All right, we have three cards still. So, actually, the first one, I don't know if he's here. I want to say Steve Crispinelli. Steve is here, and, yep, we're gonna bring Steve up, then Kathy and Valone, John Valone, and gentlemen, did you fill out a card? No, you didn't. You're John, okay, perfect. All right. Steve, thank you for your patience. You've been here for several hours, I think 3.5.
It's been a pleasure. I won't mention Bridgehampton, and I won't mention sand.
Good. We appreciate that.
We like
But you
both
will
of us.
mention Bess.
I will. I'd like to read into the record an email I received from Fred Thiel. Thank you for your emails and attachments of September 8th and September 13th with the proposed BESS facility in Hampton Bays. I have monitored this matter closely and agree that such facilities are industrial in nature and should be considered as such under local zoning codes. Such uses should be carefully regulated under local zoning codes and cited in appropriate locations for industrial use. While there have been efforts on the state level to enact laws to supersede local zoning with regard to similar energy and utility facilities, local control has been maintained with regard to BESS projects. I strongly support local control, as I do. These decisions are best made locally with transparency and community input. Hopefully, the town of Southampton will use the time provided by the current moratorium to devise sensible land use regulations with community input. I will continue to monitor this matter and greatly appreciate the information you have provided. We start these sessions with Pledge of Allegiance, and we worry about our soldiers and things that are going around the world. And all I can say about that is that we should be worried about what we do here as well. We don't know enough about what we're doing. We're not doing it as quickly as we should. We just spent 3.5 hours here talking about stuff that's very important. That will kill nobody, those issues that were discussed. This kind of thing will kill somebody if it goes wrong. And you have it within your power to change it. If you change the zoning, if you declare the declaration void, if you say to the moratorium, we're going to end it, and we're going to end putting this into a residential area and put it into a commercial area, this is done. Now, it's been months since the moratorium was declared. Nothing really has happened in terms of the proposal that you made to look into this issue and determine what to do. What are you waiting for? What are the questions you're going to ask? Who are your experts? Experts are people who live at least 50 miles away and don't agree with you. You have to find that kind of a person. The fact that you haven't found that kind of a person in all this time beggars the question. And with all due respect, there's no reason why the negative declaration can't be ended. You must, of course, speak with the planning board. The planning board must speak with you. There's no reason why you can't make that happen. There's no reason why you can't do something and do it quickly. The moratorium is now, what, 3 months into it? Close to ending it? And by the way, a number of you are lame ducks. You're not dead ducks. So you can do something if you choose to. I mentioned soldiers a minute ago. I don't know if any of you were in the military. I was. If I told my commanding officer, my job ends in 2 months, so get somebody else to do it. The next guy in, he'll finish the job that I helped to start. Don't worry about it, he'll finish it. He would have thrown me into the Adriatic Sea. And I do say that you need to do something and do something quickly. This thing is festering, and there are other things coming down the road that make it worse. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm going to enter this into the record, and the next letter to the editor that I put out will include this letter. Mr. Thiel gave me permission to quote this letter completely, as long as I didn't abridge it, and I did not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank
The wait was worth it.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, Kathy Vallone, or John, whoever you want to have speak first.
I'm getting pushed ahead here.
All right, John, and
Took
then
the initiative
Kathy.
before. I apologize for that. So, good evening. You already know that my name is John Vallone. I live at 770 Hamilton Avenue, West Hampton Beach, New York. I just want to thank the members of the Town Council for their vote of confidence to rename and dedicate the Riverside Head Start building after my mother-in-law, Annie Jackson. She passed on March 28th, 2022. And over the last year and a half, we started investigating the possibility of naming that building in her honor. So we want to express our sincere gratitude that she's being honored in this honorable way. She's very special to our family, her church, the Head Start educational community, and by extension, the Southampton community. Our request began with a process well over a year ago with a very supportive Head Start administrative team in Patchogue, New York. And our request was then escalated to the Public Relations Department. Their only concern was to find out who owned the building. And it pays to have a wife who works at real property in Suffolk County Center. So, as you know, the town owns the property. I want to thank John Bouvier publicly, who returned my initial email literally within 5 minutes. I've never experienced that from any government official. So, John, I would say thank you for that.
Well, thank you for what you're doing. It's fantastic, and I'm really just so pleased it worked out because of our phone
Yes.
calls. So,
Thank you. Then he put me in touch with Frank Sapone, and really, Frank was the guy who put me in a center lane to just go forward and explain what had to be done. In terms of getting a meeting with Fernker back in June, getting their unwavering support was critical in the going forward. And because of that direction he gave us, we're here now. I'd like to say a few things about my mother-in-law, if you don't mind, because I think it's important. That her dedication to children and families in the Southampton East End communities was of the highest excellence, giving value to the children in her charge, whether they were in her classroom or as a director for over 4 decades. Everybody loved her. And the impact she had on the community and the lives in the children in her charge is palpable to this day. Adults still talk about Annie Jackson, not only as her son-in-law, but as an educator. I was always struck by her love for children in the church that we attended. Ms. Jackson led by example, she led by her love for her community, and she led by giving honor and dignity to all people. It's no coincidence that her email address was mshonor@aol.com. She knew the value of hardworking families and the value of community. To put it plainly, she was honorable. A friend of ours, Bonnie Cannon, who is the director over at Bridgehampton Child Care Center, wrote a letter of support, and this is what she had to say about Ms. Jackson. She was devoted to the cause of education, and her impact on our community and its young people is immeasurable. She was a mentor, a source of inspiration, and a role model to everyone who had the privilege of knowing her. I believe that by naming a building after Annie Jackson, we will not only pay homage to her extraordinary contributions, but also inspire current and future generations to strive for excellence as she did. Our sentiments, the Jackson family, are shared with Bonnie regarding future generations. So we don't see this as a one and done. The naming of the building after Annie Jackson will carry our vision, one that will raise annual scholarships to help kids at Head Start, and also the Children's Museum at the East End. We want future generations to know that Ms. Jackson's story and her love for unity, community, and education will just continue. So I want to thank the board again for entertaining us. This has been a well over a year's process, and we finally find that it's coming to a fruition. So we're very, very grateful. I think I'd be remiss not to thank publicly Lara Sweeney, co-president of the Children's Museum of the East End, Mary Ann McElroy, my mother-in-law's pastor at Friendship Baptist Church, Angela Hunold from Franca and Riverside Rediscovered, and Janice Wilson. Janice really kept me in the center lane this entire time.
Great.
So I just want to thank you all, because this is so special for us, and we plan on mobilizing this once we have, the timeline as far as the construction of the building is concerned, so we can work with the building department to see all this happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Give me.
All right, Kathy, you are next.
Even though he just took all of my words.
I just want to give you a hug, because it's been so, your mom was so great, and I'm so glad this happened. Thanks.
Thank you. Everything that's on this,
Hold on one
I'm
second.
sorry.
Let's get Councilman Bouvier back. All right, go ahead, Kathy.
Good evening, first of all, Chairman Snyderman, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, he gave me these to hand out, but everything that he just said is on here, so. But on a personal note, my mother raised 10 children by herself. She went back to school and got her degree. She she started out as a teacher at Head Start in 1968. From there, she went back to school and she got more degrees, and she eventually became the director of Head Start. My mother loved children. She raised 10 of us, 6 girls and 4 boys, so that was a lot. We were bad. But I should say they were bad. But I just wish that I could be half the woman that she was, the person that she was. She loved everybody. She didn't meet any strangers. And this, when I found out that my husband was doing this, because he kept this from me for a year, it just melted my heart, because my mother is so deserving, not just because she's my mother, but because of the person she was. She was involved in the community. She was Woman of the Year in 2002. She's just done so much. And this would be a way of keeping her alive to me personally, because when she died, she took a part of me with her. So this would be a part of keeping her alive for me, and I'm sure my sisters and brothers would feel the same way. I thank you all for even just allowing me to stand before you and speak right now, and I thank you for everything that you've done to let this go forth. And if I can ever be of service to anybody, yes, I work in real property. I'm looking at the maps and I'm like, hey, I deal with this stuff every day. But anyway, on a serious note, I thank you all for giving me this time to speak about my mother. Like I said, it's not because she's my mother, it's because of who she was in her community, in her church, in her work environment. She just was an honorable woman. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. All right, is there anyone else at Town Hall who wishes to be heard? You good?
I'm good. I'm Annie Jackson's granddaughter.
All right, so we're gonna go online. We're still in public portion. If you are watching this online and you wish to be heard on any matter in public portion, now is the time to click the raise hand icon.
There are no hands.
Music to my ears.
I just want to make one note that it is Head Start Awareness Month.
Is it really?
It is.
That's right, you're right. Yeah, good point.
All right, so you just made us aware that it's. All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, I'm gonna make a motion to close public portion.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All right, and John, is there a resolution on today in the packet?
No.
For the renaming, so,
We still have to wait for a number of things that John had alluded to, but we got past the hard part, so.
all right, I'd like to see this happen while I'm still here, so if you could, I only got 2 months in the.
66 days.
In maybe 1 week.
Just, but I don't know who's counting.
So, let's see if we can move a resolution at some point in the next 2.5 months.
We'll do our best.
Okay?
But we're gonna have a really great ceremony, that's the, whether I'm here or not, I'm
We'll invite
coming.
you back.
Yeah.
Yeah. When the sign goes up, let
Yeah,
us know.
just-
We can come and celebrate with you. Term
It's
limits.
a really important thing, you know, for so many reasons, how important it is. So I'm just really, you know, when I got the call, I just, yes, there was the immediate thing in my head, John, so thank
We
you.
have a different kind of term limit here, so then.
Yeah,
but
well,
it-
because I'm talking, not him, so.
But it's been really nice to hear about your mother and hear somebody say nice things about their mother-in-law. Is a nice thing
And I'm
too.
impressed that you kept it from her for a year.
I was sworn to secrecy.
So, yeah, I'd be honored to support this, so. And it's nice to hear that Janice from my office and Frank from my office have been so helpful, so. All right. Excellent. All right, so we're gonna move on to
100-page agenda?
our law, and John would also thank you for working on this.
Sure, it wasn't work, it was joy.
All right,
Can
so
we
we have a long,
Kathleen's waiting for the low slap.
we can take things out of order. It's not, no, Kathleen,
It's at the end of a 100-page agenda.
there's,
Oh, all right. You're in it to win it.
it's 10 o'clock.
It's 10 o'clock.
I'll take all 7 of those out of order if you want. So you can go home. It's just
No,
too
just
nice.
motivated to move quickly.
Yes.
You sure you're an attorney? No, sir.
She's paid by the hour.
It's so nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna get in trouble for making attorney
No,
jokes.
it's not.
And mother-in-law jokes.
yeah.
I'm in,
She's salaried.
I'm in trouble
Paid
now.
by the hour.
Mother-in-law
Everybody
jokes
gets attorney
and
jokes.
attorney jokes.
We get
Let's go.
Yes.
All right, here we
Talking
go.
then.
All right, no jokes, said Councilman Scavone. All right, 1190.
No, I said let's go.
You guys are free to.
Ready?
Let's
Yeah,
go.
I
out.
1194. 1194 of 2023, co-sponsored by Councilman Scavone, authorized change order for the general construction portion of the Southampton Volunteer Ambulance Facility with Stalco General Contractors.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1195 of 2023, authorized purchase of 2 commercial zero-turn mowers from All Island Equipment Corp. using the ISIP contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1196 of 2023, authorized purchases and installation for guardrails, guide rails, furnish and install from United Fence and Guardrail Corp. using the Suffolk County contract.
Second.
Seconded by, who's that, Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1197 of 2023, authorized purchases from Northeast Sweepers and Rentals Incorporated for Rabo Fayette Group sweeper parts and service using the Sourcewell contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1198 of 23, authorized supervisor to execute the 2023 contract with Mayday Communications, Inc. for the digital voice recording system utilized in the 911 dispatch center of the police department.
Second.
911 dispatch center. Seconded by co-sponsor Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1199 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, is to authorize the supervisor to sign a no-cost time extension for Sagaponic Pond inlet management and aquatic habitat restoration.
Second.
Second by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1200 of 23, authorized supervisor to sign a no-cost time extension with D&B Engineering and Architects, DPC, for the Brownfield cleanup program, remedial site investigation for the Damascus landfill.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1201 of 2023, authorized supervisor to sign an agreement with Suffolk County for the distribution of STOA funds for the operation of the South Fork Community Connection bus service.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, that was co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, so.
Town Board Resolution 1202 of 2023, authorized supervisor to sign catering contract for a senior services holiday party.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1203 of 2023, co-sponsored by Councilman Bouvier and Councilman Martell, authorized supervisor to sign contract extension for banners and signs with Fisher Signs and Shirts LLC.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 1204 of 2023, authorized supervisor to sign contract extension with United Metro Energy Corp. for ultra-low diesel fuel.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1205 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, cancel RFP and 2020 notice to proposers and reject proposals for the purchase and private redevelopment of the property located at 20 Shinnecock Road, Hampton Bays.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. This is the Bel Air, so this will reject the two proposals that we received for redevelopment. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1206 of 2023, authorized supervisor to sign contract with the Lyro Engineers, Inc. for professional services related to asbestos project design and monitoring for 20 Shinnecock Road, Hampton Bays, also known as the Bel Air.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1207 of 23, authorized to purchase and engraving services from Peconic Monument Works for the Windsor Hart project.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1208 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, authorized the supervisor to execute a contract with Chaliff and Rogers Architects for the for Tiana Life Saving Station.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 1209 of 23, authorize the supervisor to execute an extended agreement with Leonard J. Marchese, CPA, as it relates to professional services for the Fire Island Inlet to Montauk Point project. Actually, hold on one second. I don't think, I just want to amend it to not to exceed to 20,000. It's, right now it's 45,000, and I think that's more than is needed. So I'm going to make a motion to amend 1209 to make the not to exceed number 20,000.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
And now, I'd like to make a motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that'll change the financial impact to 20,000, not 45,000. All right. 1210 of 23, co-sponsored by Councilman Scavone, authorize the supervisor to execute any and all documents pertaining to the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation Invasive Species Grant Program 2023, Round 3.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1211 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized the supervisor to sign a consulting contract with H2M Architects, Engineers, Land Surveying, and Landscape Architecture to provide on-call engineering services to the Hampton Bays Water District.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1212 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier and Councilman Martell, authorized the supervisor to sign a contract extension with DePere Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Ricky's Plumbing Supply, for the supply of plumbing supplies to the town.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1213 of 23, authorized the supervisor to sign an amended license agreement with Audio Enterprise Group LLC, co-sponsored for some unknown reason by all of you.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1214 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier and Scavone, authorize the supervisor to sign and I guess extend and amend contract with, sign and extend and amend contract with
And
LK
extend and amend contract.
McLean Associates PC for professional services to be provided for historic projects for the Community Preservation Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 1215 of 2023, co-sponsored with the entire board, authorize the supervisor to sign any and all agreements for award of Community Preservation Fund, 20% water quality improvement project funds, aquatic restoration, and non-point source abatement and control projects.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Any discussion? Call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. We had public hearings on all of that.
Yes.
All right. So we are at 1216 of 23, co-sponsored also with the town board, authorize the supervisor to sign any and all agreements for award of Community Preservation Fund, 20% water quality improvement project funds for wastewater treatment projects.
Second.
Seconded by, who was the second?
Well, we both seconded at the same time.
All right, Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1217 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized the supervisor to sign contract extension for district-wide well and pump maintenance and repair at the Hampton Bays Water District with Delta Well and Pump Company Incorporated.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1218 of 2023, authorized the supervisor to sign contract with York Labs for the Hampton Bays Water District.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1219 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, authorize the supervisor to sign extensions with Dry Stick Decal Corp. doing business as Ryden Concept Print and Concept Print.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. Tommy John?
Town, don't read too many of them. Town Board Resolution 1220 of 2023, declare items surplus and authorize disposal of computer equipment. Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1221 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, Councilwoman McNamara, and Councilman Martels, to recall and amend authorize, that doesn't sound like English, authorize the supervisor to renew an agreement with RecPro Software by RC Systems to manage its parks and recreation operations.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1222 of 2023, recall and amend Resolution 2023-1080, authorize supervisor to sign a contract with L.K. McLean Associates, P.C. for engineering, design, and permitting services at Bay Avenue East, Hampton Bays.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1223 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, recall and amend Resolution 2023-1081, authorize supervisor to sign a contract with L.K. McLean Associates, P.C. for engineering, design, and permitting services for shoreline stabilization at North Sea Road in Southampton.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 2024 of 2023, co-sponsored with everyone.
1224.
1224, thank you.
1224 of 23, yeah.
Of 1224 of 23.
Got it.
Got it?
Yep.
Okay. Co-sponsored with everyone, recall and amend Resolution 2023-1089, authorize the supervisor to sign an amended agreement for awards of Community Preservation Funds, CPF, 20% Water Quality Improvement Project Funds for Susan's Illusion LLC, Armin and Judy.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 2025 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, is to recall and amend Resolution number 1093 of 2023, award and authorize the supervisor to sign a contract for heavy haul tractor with Trucks Incorporated doing business as Long Island Freightliner.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1226 of 23, recall and amend resolution number 2023-646, authorize the supervisor to execute a 2023 service and maintenance agreement with Best Climate Control for maintenance and service on the air conditioning and/or heating equipment at Southampton Town Police Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1227 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, the 2023 notice to bidders for a 2022 F-150 4x4 Super Crew.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1228 of 23, 2023 notice to bidders for hardware and various items for pickup.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1229 of 23, 2023 notice to bidders for vehicle graphics.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 2030 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, is a 2023 notice to bidders for closed top shelf contained ejector trailer with hydraulic roof opening.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1231 of 2023 is a 2023 notice to bidders for embroidered and silkscreen clothing. That's for town parks.
Second.
uniforms.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1232 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, the 2023 notice to bidders for furnish and deliver meter pits and ancillary equipment.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 1223 of 23, accepts donation for Southampton Town Police Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. It's on the motion. We're very grateful to Fanatics, Inc. for donating $12,500 to our police department. So we had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1234 of 23, amend the 23 budget for various departments.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 1235 of 23, authorize closure of capital project.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1236 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, Councilman Bouvier, and Councilman McNamara. Consider adoption of the annual CPF pilot payment plan 2023-2024 tax year, annual CPF pilot payment plan 2023 through 24 tax year.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. This is those changes we've discussed at length. This actually establishes the criteria and with the exceptional hardship and extraordinary hardship.
Yep.
So we have motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1237 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, amends the 2024 preliminary budget for Highway Department fee schedule.
Second?
This is, Rick, this is not those other changes, right? No, this is
These,
the,
it looks like fees.
this is, oh, it is.
It is the other
It
change.
is. All right, on the motion, there's some pretty big jumps on this. Particularly.
As built?
Well, yeah, as built, going
Yeah.
from nothing to $3,000.
I'd like some more input on this.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we should have had a work
And
session.
we have time, because this is for next year's budget.
Right.
Would you mind tabling this?
I'd be okay with that.
You know, some of these are doubling or more, so.
We do have a lot of as-built in the town. We should have a work session on it because we do have other options.
Yeah, all right,
Sure.
so, I'm gonna change my motion to a motion to table.
Second?
Second by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
So that'll be at the next meeting, tabling it just at the next meeting. 1238 of 2023, recall and amend Town Board Resolution Number 2023-1170 as it relates to additional legal fees for the law firm of Sertelman, Balin, Adler, and Hyman LLP.
It's Rose Hill, correct, on the motion?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
For Rose Hill, yep, okay. John, you want a second? Or somebody seconding? Who wants a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1239 of 2023. This is a resolution amending the Hampton Bays Ambulance District Volunteer Ambulance Workers Length of Service Awards Program, LOSAP, by increasing the monthly service award from $20 to $30 and scheduling a referendum to be held on December 6th.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. This is co-sponsored by all of us.
Right, and on the motion, I just want to let everybody know that we had a work session on this on October 19th, and it was a lot of information in that work session if people wanted to go back to it. And while I'm on the motion, I want to certainly appreciate our Kathleen Murray from our law office here, and Dorota, who did the financial actuary work. And I want to thank in advance Sunday
Yeah.
Schermeyer, who's actually going to be doing this. So thank you. You know.
Good luck with that.
Just
Well,
getting started.
Exactly. We're just getting started. I know we're voting yes, and this starts the.
So I'd like to echo everything you just said with all those thank you, but also add thank you to you, Councilman Scavone, for bringing this forward, for recognizing the amount of time these individuals donate to our community so that we can have, our emergency services function, be it ambulance or fire. So this is a really important measure now to increase the LOSAP, the Length of Service Award Program, from $20 to $30. So we'll see if it passes, but I have a sneaking suspicion it will.
Mhm.
Not just this resolution, but the vote itself, so.
Yeah, they are there for all of us. We know this. And if we ever had to replace them with a professional corps, it would really, really affect us. It's not necessarily about that, but It's important that we support them.
Yes, the least we can do.
Mhm.
All right, there's a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1240 of 2023, resolution amending the Northampton Flanders Ambulance District Volunteer Ambulance Workers Length of Service Award Program, LoSAP, by increasing the monthly service award from $20 to $30 and scheduling a referendum to be held on December 6, 2023.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1241 of 2023, a resolution amending the Southampton Ambulance District Volunteer Ambulance Workers Length of Service Award Program, LoSAP, by increasing the monthly service award from $20 to $30 and scheduling a referendum to be held on December 6, 2023.
And again, this is co-sponsored by all of us, and
Second.
seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And
Approved.
finally, Town Board Resolution 1242 of 2023, a resolution amending the West Hampton Ambulance District Volunteer Ambulance Workers Length of Service Award Program, LoSAP, by increasing the monthly service award from $20 to $30 and scheduling a referendum to be held on December 6, 2023.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, and again, co-sponsored with the whole board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
LoSAP.
Having benefited from the West Hampton ambulance service, I feel it's a really good thing that you're doing here.
And thank you all for co-sponsoring.
All right, I think we're on 1243 of 2023 on page 66, notice of adoption to amend chapter 247, open space, to include provisions for clustering of commercial property proposed for subdivision as per New York State town law. Janice Shearer, our town planning and development administrator, is here if we have any questions. We had discussed this at some time ago. We had a public hearing on this. This basically, if you have environmental features, we do this for residential subdivisions, like if there's farmland. This is for commercial so that you can compress the lots. It does allow you to aggregate buildings to a certain extent, up to 30,000 square feet. And I do need a second.
Yeah, there's no additional density either, so.
There's no additional density from it.
And there's set-asides along with it. It's not.
It goes to protecting those natural features.
Mhm.
It's just another tool. It doesn't have to be used, but it gives the planning board some discretion that if they want to try to shrink the development, in terms of how it sprawls across the landmass, they can do that to protect a certain feature. All right?
Seconded.
Who was my second?
Tommy John.
Councilman Scavone seconded?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, any discussion on this? All right, in terms of secret, Janice, it's a neg deck. Okay, all right, I'll call the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Janice, when individual proposals go in, they will have separate secret, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have anything else? You can go?
No, just that we're getting a new planner on there.
Yes.
Janice,
Yes.
before you leave, gentleman spoke earlier about the moratorium on BES. Are we making any progress toward getting a consultant on board?
Actually, we are, yes, absolutely. It's not easy because most consultants are
Looking for the developers.
not wanting to do it. But I think we've got a good group assembled, and I will be bringing a proposal to you. They're working out the scope of work right now. And also, we reached out to Suffolk County to help us. And
Because a lot of the communities across Suffolk County are having similar moratoriums. right?
yes, so we're kind of creating a bit of a coalition, us, like town of Huntington, town of Riverhead, maybe
we
town of
don't have to-
Southold. We're all kind of doing a little bit of a round table because even though we're different places, we all have the same issues at its core, right? We want to keep people safe, but we also want to allow for this kind of use. And so how do you do that and where? And obviously you would work that out in the context of where you are, but there's a lot of commonalities and similarities. So we think talking it through with the county at the center is helpful. So we are doing that. We just began. So I'm happy to come back to a work session or
Yeah,
do
please,
that
yeah.
with you and
no,
talk,
At
go
least
through
the
the scope of work
process,
with the
yeah.
consultant and see if that's what you want to do. And then also just working with the county because it's important that we show them progress. And it's also that if we need an extension, they're the ones that are going to grant it. So it's great to include them. So we are making headway, and we understand that, you know, the canal proposal is not the same as what you're doing. You're looking at the wholesale zoning of it and saying where it should go and not go, re-looking at all that. The separate, once the moratorium is all said and done and you change your code, then the planning board will act accordingly. So right now, they're barred from acting on anything because there's a moratorium, not doing any.
So they couldn't
anything.
even change their they couldn't change it because they're frozen.
They're frozen. It's just like, they could, I guess, they could, but there's no reason to yet. But it's really, if they wanted to, they could. No one's stopping them. But
Yeah,
at the same
I
time,
think it's time for
it's
the
just a
board to
frozen.
hear that process, but also what the state is doing relative to that.
We were anticipating a report from
Yeah, it
Hochul's
should've-
task force by the end of this month. So, but I don't think that's forthcoming
Yeah,
anytime
it's
soon.
pushing, not getting much response.
So, but in the
that regard.
meantime, putting that aside, like, that's the most important thing, is all the safety features and their recommendations from this task force of fire safety professionals. So we'll wait on that, but then on the other side, I think it's best that you have a consulting professional who's going to relook at everything we did and give you recommendations based on, you know, whatever else they can tell you, you know, so. We tried our best to work with NYSERDA and enact the code, as you know, but obviously no one knew that these things were gonna start going on fire and, you know, cause all kinds of issues. So we want to obviously do whatever we can to put them in where they belong.
Good.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Okay, I'll be back at a work session. And
Okay.
have a
All
good
right,
night.
thanks.
All right, thank you, Janice. Get home safely. All right. So I am on page 74, I believe, 1244 of 2023, resolution of adoption, amending Town Code, Chapter 140, Community Preservation Fund to update administrative procedures for the CPF pilot plan payments.
Second.
Seconded, this is co-sponsored by everyone, seconded by Councilman Bouvier, and on the motion, so this does actually
That's the-
create
Does it?
the criteria, and will enable those pilot payments to those school districts and ambulance and other districts that meet those criteria.
Yep.
All right, so we have motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1246 of 2023.
Hold on.
Oh, did I miss something?
Yeah. Town Board Resolution
Oh, sorry.
1245 of 2023, accept the donation of a peace pole from the Rotary Club of Hampton Bays.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Sorry about that,
Approved.
Rick. Town Board Resolution 1246 of 2023, accept maintenance bond as it relates to the site plan of Bola EM Realty Hampton Bays.
Second.
Oh, hold on one second, I may have misspoke in terms of the one before, I don't know if that has the percentage,
It does.
It does.
does it?
Yep.
Or
It's the formula for who qualifies.
looking for that formula.
Oh, the 1-2.
But that was, yeah.
Where is the formula with the,
Yeah,
or was that a separate
I read it.
resolution?
I saw it somewhere.
the earlier one.
It was in the first one,
Yeah,
right?
It was, but
Yeah.
let me double check that.
This implements, it should be in the one that we read before.
It's on page 49, it's on in 1236.
So
Oh, we
the-
did it in reverse order.
It's in the reverse order, the
Yeah.
first one
Yeah.
had the $5 per thousand.
Right,
Yes.
right. It's in the whereas.
It was in the first one.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, sorry for the interruption. So we covered the formula, and this is the procedures. All right, so, I'm sorry, Rick, we passed yours, and then we were
We were on
on
seven-
John's 1246, right? Is that where we are?
Yeah, do we
Yes.
vote? We-
Who's the second on 1246? Rick, you seconded?
Yes.
Okay. This is accept maintenance bond, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
You're in
Thank-
1246 right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep,
That was
And Rick is
1246.
the second.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay,
yep.
thank you.
Okay. All right, 1247 of 2023, this is what happens when you go to 1039. 1247 of 2023 appoints Kara Conklin Wingfield to Youth Services Specialist position in Youth Bureau,
Second?
seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I approve, congratulations to Kara. 1223-1248 appoints Justin Lettieri to Youth Council position in Youth Bureau.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Congratulations to Justin. 1249 of 23 appoints Kim Gadziba to Associate Administrator position in Municipal Works.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congratulations to Kim. 1250 of 23 appoints
Yes.
Seth Race to Planner position in Land Management.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congratulations to Seth. 1251, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, Councilman Scavone, and Councilman Martell. Promote Police Detective Timothy Wilson to rank of Sergeant in Southampton Town Police Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1252 of 2023, attendance, 2023 New York State Intelligence Summit.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1253 of 2023, co-sponsored by Councilman Martell, authorized town personnel from the Justice Court to attend the 2024 Association of Towns Annual Meeting and Training School.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
So is there anybody gonna be left at the court to run it?
Nope.
No.
But the one day is off.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it encompasses that Monday is a national day off.
Okay.
All right.
Just-
1254, 2023. This is, assumes lead agency for improvements to North Sea Beach Colony Beach Erosion Control District.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1255 of 2023, notice of public hearing as it relates to an improvement to the North Sea Beach Colony Erosion Control District pursuant to Town Law 202B.
Second?
And seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. This would be a November 14th hearing at 1 PM here in hybrid. Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1256 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, notice of public hearing for 2024 fire protection contracts. Seconded by Councilman Scavone. This will be on November 14th, 2023 at 1 PM. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1257 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara and Councilman Scavone. Notice of public hearing to enact Town Code Chapter 312-49.4, no stopping on portion of County Road 63, Lake Avenue, Northampton, from County Road 51, Moriches Riverhead Road, to Lakeview Drive.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. This will be a hearing on Tuesday, November 14th at 1 PM in Town Hall and hybrid. Any discussion? I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1258 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara and Councilman Scavone. Public hearing to amend Town Code, Chapter 312-19, parking prohibited in designated locations in order to add regulations on a portion of Lake Avenue and Wildwood Trail in Northampton.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. This would be, November 14th, 1 PM as well. Okay, any discussion? I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1259 of 2023, public hearing to consider a local law enacting Chapter 255 of the Code of the Town of Southampton entitled Prohibition on Peddling or Solicitation Within Roadways.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. This is to hold a public hearing November 14th at 1 PM. And this would stop, it would create a violation of anybody trying to sell goods, merchandise, or services on county roadways, correct?
In the road, right,
And town roads.
yes.
Or peddling.
Is that any roads or just town roads?
Well, we're talking about a state road, so I think it's all roads.
I think it's all roads, just making sure that we're allowed to do that on non-town roads. Jim, do, I guess we can.
It's only 10:30, Jim. Are you still awake over here?
I'm listening to it. I'm just
Do we
trying
have,
to- I'm trying to
we'll
review it.
assume that we have authority to do
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I know Sean did a lot of research on this. and
I'm sure if Sean put it up, we're allowed to do it.
he did
Right, there are some
research. He had issues about certain
Concerns, right?
Yeah,
The
but
the
look,
boot
that's what-
drives, like, I mean, there's,
Yeah.
It's
You
all
don't
stuff
wanna-
we can have a public hearing
That's
and.
public.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
kind of crafted this to
Wow.
really fall within the legal aspects of being able to control.
First Amendment
as much as
rights
we can,
and-
right, exactly.
Yeah, it's become a safety issue
Does
in a
it
lot of places.
exempt the, like, fire department, ambulance, they're allowed to?
They have a permit.
They get a permit.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That hearing again is November 14th at 1 PM. 1260 of 2023 assumes lead agency for improvements to Bridgehampton Beach Erosion Control District.
second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. The companion of 1261 of 2023 assumes lead agency for improvements to Sagaponic Beach Erosion Control District.
Same second.
Same second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Good night, Captain.
You made it.
All right, to the walk-ons.
To the walk-ons.
Sounds like a place.
All right, we made it through over 100 pages of resolutions. 44591, authorize the supervisor to execute a covenant and restriction as it relates to the realty subdivision map of Broadway in furtherance of Suffolk County Department of Health Services requirements.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Approved. 44593, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, authorize highway pay-as-you-go for a traffic message board.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 44596 is our 20th warrant, capital, CPF and payroll liability.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Wow. All
Did you
right.
see that one?
Only 11:40.
That only-
10:40,
10:40.
10:40.
Don't be so optimistic.
I know, really. Okay, is there,
Oh, they took all the,
everything okay over there?
yeah, yeah. They're questioning a large check.
He said.
No.
Okay, is there any other business? All right, hearing none, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, we are adjourned.